Audrey just texted me. She's having trouble getting on. Can somebody maybe call her? And she said hers is asking for a password and then it's rejecting it.
Okay, I'll give her a call.
Thank you. For anyone who just joined, we're just waiting on a board member or two to join us. So we'll begin shortly.
Thank you, Sara. Sara, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Audrey.
Okay, finally got in.
All right, great. All right, so we're all here, so I'd like to call to
You
order.
are really faint, however.
Can anybody else hear me?
Keep
Yeah.
going.
Okay. I'd like to call to order the regular board meeting of the Board of Directors of the School District for the City of Allentown for today, July 23rd, 2020. There was an executive session held on Tuesday, July 14th, 2020, and Monday, July 20th, 2020, to discuss legal matters, personnel, and confidential matters. We will now have the roll call. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Mrs. Brace,
Here.
Mrs. Conover,
Present.
Mrs. Wilt,
Here.
Mrs. Johnson Watts,
Here.
Miss Mathison,
Here.
Miss Vega,
Here.
Miss Vega,
Here.
Mr. Miller,
Here.
Mr. Thiel,
Here.
Miss Harris.
Here.
9 board members are present.
Thank you. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America,
and
and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible, with liberty
liberty and
and
justice
justice for all.
for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Tonight, we are going to hear the school reopening plan that's being presented by our administration for the 2020-2021 school year. And I just wanted to take some time. I know I've shared this with a few board members, but so the public can hear as well, to share perspectives on schools and children in schools from my perspective of a teacher being in a school. The choice that we're going to make tonight is not one that any of us has taken lightly, and we have read and researched and we have been following what's going on in the news. But I will tell the public that it is hard being in a classroom, in a COVID classroom. I have pre-K children, so it's all the children who will be going into our school buildings in the fall or winter, whenever it is that we're able to open our buildings up. And today I had a child take her mask and put it on her face, up over her eyes and on her head, because she thought it would be fun. So the kids, it's a learning experience for the children, but it's one that teachers aren't trained for at this point in time on how to deal with kids in a COVID classroom. And so I just want to share that I feel that this pause on opening our schools is the best choice for our district. We'll hear what the plan is for when we can put our kids back in the district, but this allows our students to stay safe, it allows our staff to stay safe, and it allows our staff to also be trained in proper procedures for when we are able to open our schools. So I know the board, I'm sure board members will have comments to make when we hear the plan, and I hope board members are willing to be open and honest with everybody listening in tonight on the plan and share openly with how any decisions that they are making tonight. Mr. Parker, if you have any comments.
Thank you. I do have just a couple of comments. We have, in addition to that, we will be sharing some reorganization to our district from an administrative leadership perspective. As you all know, we have a number of positions that we've been operating without that are filled, and we're filling some of those holes by reorganizing some of our staff as appropriate. And I'm excited about some of the leaders who are going to take on new roles, as you will hear later on this evening. And I like to brag a little bit. So if you could pardon me with the opportunity to brag just a little bit. Last year, we started our our first early college program with L-Tri-C. And I think there was resounding excitement from students to staff to board to everyone involved about the opportunity for children to graduate high school with a 2-year college degree already kind of in their pocket. So if they're looking to go into college after that, 2 years are already paid for and addressed. And if they're looking to go beyond into world of work, then they already have 2 years of college kind of preparing them for that. So universal excitement for our first cohort and a pilot of the program, if you will. We're looking at some of the preliminary numbers. We enrolled 57 students in that program, with 50 of them actually completing the semester successfully. We had 12 students that actually made the dean's list in that first year in college while also doing high school as well. We had a number of kids that just found this program to be absolutely meaningful and successful for them. And those babies are going to continue and in that cohort until their graduation. Now I'm excited. This is where I get to brag on our babies a little bit. Based on the success of our babies in that first cohort, I was informed that through L-Tri-C that the Century Fund is going to sponsor another cohort of students starting this fall to have year 2 cohort of our early college program. So I can tell you, if I could do it without getting hurt, I'd do a backflip. But that's absolutely amazing, that level of commitment from the Century Fund, that level of commitment from L-Tri-C. And again, I get to brag on our children because this is not anything we did, but our children performed extremely well in a college environment, and it was recognized, it was appreciated, and because of them, that trailblazing first group, now another group of 60 kids is going to have that same opportunity. And for me, that's amazing. Kudos to the children, kudos to their parents, and kudos to this board for setting that absolute expectation in the strategic framework that this become a reality, that we create these pathways and college opportunities for kids. This is the fruit of that vision and that labor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. At this time is when we will take public comment on any agenda items. So anyone from the public, if you would like to make any comments on anything we are going to vote on tonight, you can start to raise your hand, then we will call you in one at a time. Just please make sure you state your name and address for the record, and then you will have 3 minutes to speak. Lori Hertzog, if she can be let in.
I wasn't speaking tonight.
You said you're not speaking?
No.
Oh, your hand is up. That's why I called you.
Oh, no, sorry.
That's all right, if you just want to put it down.
Okay.
All right, if you can pull her out.
Okay, I see it says raised.
All right, Kassandra Hernandez. You can state your name and address for the record.
Hello.
Yes, if you can state your name and address for the record, and then you can start speaking.
Okay. My name's Kassandra Hernandez, and then you need my address? My home address?
Yes, your address. Yep.
Okay, 253 East Elm Street, Allentown, PA 18109.
Thank you. You may begin.
All right. I just feel like this year is my daughter's first year. She's going to kindergarten, and my son's going to 4th grade. And I just feel like they should be in school, but for their safety, I'm not too big of a fan for them to go to school. but I do work in the morning, so it'll be hard for me to homeschool my kids. So it's like, I don't know, I'm like in the middle. Like, I don't know what else to do. Like, I feel like it's best for them to be homeschooled, but if there's a possible way that we can have like a better way of doing that than how we did it this past couple months, that's just how I feel about it. I don't know, like, I'm like in the middle. I don't know what to decide, whether they should be in homeschooled or in school. But I'm more of like for them to stay at home, because like I said, my daughter's 5 years old and she doesn't keep her mask on. So it's like, I'm more like, I want my kids to be safe at the same time. Can you guys hear me? I can't hear nothing.
Yes, we can hear you. During public comment, we just let you comment. So you can just say whatever you want to say.
Okay. I don't really have much to say. I'm just on here more for like to know what's going on. I'm like in the middle. Like I feel like my kids would learn more in school, but then my kids are too little for them to know to keep their mask on. And the classrooms have like 20, 25 kids. I feel like it's gonna be overcrowded. So I don't know if there's at least a better way for them to be homeschooled. That'll be the best. That's all I gotta say.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Ashleigh Strange. Please state your name and address for the record, and then you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that. My name is Ashleigh Strange. I live at 815 South Front Street, Allentown. And I'm here today to talk about the police in the schools as an SRO program. We know that, the SROs have been in Allentown schools. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because there's a safety meeting. There has been a safety meeting last week, and there will be a safety update this week. But 83% of schools in the United States have security cameras. 51% of schools have sworn law enforcement officers, and police are in our Allentown schools on a regular or full-time basis instead of in response to emergencies or serious criminal acts. The biggest growth in school policing has been this SRO program, where police that are members of local police departments patrol the halls of the school. And there's an increase in funding from state and federal government for these positions. On a big picture item, over 30,000 students across the country under the age of 10 were arrested between 2013 and 2018. 61,000 students were arrested in the 2015-2016 school year. And one of the things that we've seen Robb Middle School. I'll get to that. There were 61 arrests from Robb Middle School in the 2018-2019 school year. There are 1.7 million students in schools with cops but no counselors, 3 million students that are in schools with cops but no nurses, and 6 million students are in schools with cops but no school psychologists. So we can see that it's not just a problem here in Allentown, but it's a problem across the country. But we can definitely take steps to make sure that that we're ahead of the curve and that we're making sure that we're taking care of our students. We also see racial disparities in school discipline. White students are more often sent to the principal's office for objective infractions like smoking or vandalism or leaving without permission. And African-American students, Black and brown, are often sent to the principal's office for subjective infractions like disrespect, excessive noise, threats, or loitering. And so we need to ask the question, like, how do we work together to get rid of them? I've spoken to people in the community that say it would be a disaster if there were not cops in schools. But we know that there are schools like Emmaus that are in our own county that don't have cops in schools. I know that there are students on this call from the charter arts schools that don't have cops. And the Black Organizing Project in Oakland, after a 10-year-long struggle to end policing, came to head with the passage of a George Floyd resolution. So police and contracted officers are no longer involved with the Oakland School District, and funds were diverted to mental health services. And there's now a community-oriented process to decide what alternative staffing should look like in schools. In Minneapolis, the Minneapolis School Board voted to terminate contracts with the Minneapolis Police Department after persisting complaints by students and parents. All of this happened in the wake of the George Floyd murder. And so when we're talking about breaking school contracts with the police, we know that there is a school contract between the Allentown School District and the Allentown Police Department. And we've brought the community together on a number of different events, and it's been challenging because of arguments about whether or not school police prevent outside harm. But there's no clear evidence that having police in our schools actually prevents school shootings. In most cases of prevented school shootings, the thing that prevented them was a culture of trust and respect where students felt comfortable reporting concerns to adults. It wasn't the presence of police that made the difference. With serious incidents where there's a possibility of serious physical harm, those don't decrease with police in schools. And so when surveyed, officers in majority white and more diverse schools see their role as protecting students from dangers coming into schools from outside. And in majority Black and brown schools, officers have seen the kids as the threat. And so one of the things that we've done is that we've identified a lot of problems with school policing. And we are, Lehigh Valley Stands Up and some other community organizations are willing to be potential allies to engage in the community and find an alternative that actually breaks the school to prison pipeline, as I know Mr. Parker has mentioned before that he's interested in doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is LaTarsha Brown.
Tammy?
I can hear you. Please state your name and address for the record, and then you have 3 minutes.
My name is LaTarsha Brown. I live in the city of Allentown on Randolph Street. I am against the contract at the
Can somebody unmute her? She got muted.
Hello?
Okay, we can hear you now. If you want to start over.
Yes, please. Can my time be started over?
Yes, if we can reset the clock.
Okay, again, my name is LaTarsha Brown. I live on Randolph Street in Allentown, Pennsylvania. I am against the contract that Allentown School District has with the police department. Police officers are supposed to serve, protect, and to reduce the fear of crime. It is our job and duty to protect all of our children, and having police officers in our schools only support the school to prison pipeline. We must end the contract with the police department and reallocate those funds back into our education system and provide a better education for our students and provide a better resources for their families. We need better trained counselors that genuinely care about our students and their future. We need better trained security officers with extensive background checks. If you continue the contract with the police department without trying every possibility, you have failed our students and their future is dark. I am a parent of 4 students that has gone to the Allentown School District. I've tried to remove my children from the school district and put them into charter schools, and the same students from the Allentown School District is also within the charter schools. So those charter schools do not have police officers, they have security officers, and I feel that we are capable of serving our students with better resources without having those officers to meet their needs. If you choose not to, by you having police officers and having a contract with the police officers to be in the school, it tells me that you feel there is no hope for our children and that you would not even try to make any attempts to make an environment better for them and the families that we are serving. I am a taxpayer. I pay my taxes. I advocate for my children and all the children in the Valley and children across the world. And I think that if you're not even open to other possibilities of resources, that you are only making matters worse and not even considering that, you know, the children are our future and you're not providing the possibility for them to grow. They need compassionate people that care about who they are. We cannot allow our teachers to use the police officers as a resource for detention purposes or to solve, to use them for conflict resolution problems. They're supposed to be within the city fighting crime, not in the schools. Kids do not feel comfortable. Some of them are traumatized from issues that they've experienced on a personal level outside of school with police officers, also with their families experiencing them. So imagine having a traumatic experience with police officers, and then you're at school in a safe environment where it's supposed to be a safe environment, and everywhere you turn, that police officer is there with a gun on their hip. It can be detrimental in a negative way for students, because how can you focus when you see an officer, you know, targeting you, and you can't, you know, which is your education. So I feel like you guys really need to take in deep consideration all the possibilities and find a way to end the contract. We demand that the contract is removed and that we find better resources to make a bright future for our children. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Valerie Johnson. You can
Hello, can you hear me?
State your name and address, and then you have 3 minutes.
Valerie Johnson, 2753 West Fairview Street, Allentown, PA, 18104. I'm a para in the district, and my concern is compensation pay. We were compensated for the pandemic from March to June, and now with the new virtual learning about to start in September, I'm concerned about my job, if I'm gonna still be being paid even though I will not actually be one-on-one in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Valerie. Next is, it says Galaxy S10. If somebody registered via that, if you can unmute them. You can state your name and address for the record.
Melissa Figueroa, 750 Mohawk Street, Allentown, Pennsylvania, 18103. My concern is I have 2 granddaughters that live with me, and we had a lot of issues with the online learning during when everything went virtual in March. They didn't start showing us any education stuff until about April or May. The girls had a lot of difficulty. My one granddaughter, who was 5 years old, was just in her first year of kindergarten. She didn't even know how to read. And the focus of a lot of the questions were her to read a book and then identify characters in the book, identify certain statements. She couldn't even read the statement to understand to be able to answer the question. We had a lot of problems with the systems going down. A lot of times the teachers would have to go back in and reboot the systems. I just feel that this online learning, with the district being low income, is not going to benefit any of the children. A lot of families can't afford internet. A lot of families can't afford computers. I feel the kids will not be learning anything at home. We'll have more truancy on the streets. And parents need to go back to work. They need to feed their children. They need to put a roof over their head. We're going to have a lot of homelessness, a lot of kids starving. it's just, we have to come up with a better system for our children. This is not fair to children that are starting kindergarten and know nothing. And part of learning is socialization, and we're taking that away from them. And they're not going to grow and become modeled citizens if we can't teach them properly in the beginning. And I just feel that the school district is not equipped to handle this virtual learning that they plan on doing. And we are going to fail our children by going to virtual learning. We need to come up with a better plan. Sending kids to school, kindergarten, first graders, second graders for 4 hours a day, then bringing the other students, the other ones for 4 hours a day, somehow splitting up the time. We need to come up with a better plan, or we are definitely going to fail our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Allison Mickel.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and address for the record, and then you have 3 minutes.
Sure. My name is Allison Mickel. I live at 1204 West Market Street in Bethlehem. I'm calling about the use of SROs in Allentown School District classrooms. Ashleigh Strange, who called earlier, presented a lot of the statistics. I'm a faculty member at Lehigh University in anthropology, and so I just wanted to talk for a minute about the culture that having cops in schools creates. Having cops in schools turns them, at least in some way or another, into places where criminalization occurs. I attended a very well-funded and wealthy school district in Illinois for middle school and high school, and I never saw cops in my school. And it never crossed my mind that I should or would. And so when I moved to the Lehigh Valley many years ago, I was shocked to learn about the use of cops in schools, and especially their overuse in schools like Allen as compared to schools like Parkland. When there are cops in schools, kids start to see themselves as criminals because they're surrounded by people who see them as well as criminals. And so I want to encourage the Allentown School District to remove cops from schools and reinvest the resources currently being used to fund the SRO program towards things like counselors, people who know how to intervene in a de-escalating way and support students' mental health. Dahl Amaro, who works for Communities in Schools, has put out a series of interviews with ASD students. And they emphasize that a lot of the times when kids act up or talk back, it's because they're hungry at home or have experienced some sort of trauma. And so cops are not equipped to ask those questions because they only have a couple of tools, and they're violent tools. So I just want to underscore that whenever it is that kids get back to school, and I'll just say I commend you on being bold to make the decision about virtual schooling. I hope that Lehigh makes a similar decision soon. But whenever it is that kids go back into schools, I really, really hope that there are not police there so that kids can thrive and see a school as a place for education. All the dreams that these parents calling in right now for what in-person schooling looks like aren't possible with cops in schools. And so whenever that is that we are able to return safely to in-person education, I really, really hope that this board will ensure that students are truly safe there and have the resources they need to thrive, and not continue to be investing dollars in punitive measures and the school to prison pipeline. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Lori Hertzog, I have you next on the list. I'm not sure if your hand is up to speak or not. Okay, it's down. So next on the list would be Flor Carbajal, or nope. Yep, okay. Flor, if you can unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record.
My apologies. I didn't realize I was not muted. I was still muted. My bad.
Okay. You can state your name and address, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Flor Carbajal, and I actually live at 502 East Main Street in Schuylkill Haven, PA. And being an hour away from Allentown, I do feel a bit odd being a part of this call, but I do hope that you'll listen to your neighbors, considering we just want to make sure that schools open properly. So with that, I actually joined the meeting to talk about police officers in school, but it sounds like y'all are voting on reopening proposals. So I understand the need to open schools. I just don't feel comfortable sending children and teachers into a potentially deadly environment. I mean, between bullying and shootings, schools were already pretty deadly before COVID, but now with COVID, everything gets exacerbated. Before we allow children into classrooms, we need to make sure we're finding right ways to train staff, parents, and children on how to keep themselves safe from the virus. And we need to make sure that everything has been sanitized. And we need to make sure that our teachers are safe because they cannot teach from the grave. And as you think about reopening, I really do urge you to reconsider this contract that you have with the police department. It's important to clarify that our community is very aware of what's happening all over the country. And with tensions escalating between peaceful protesters and law enforcement, there's absolutely no denying that our community does not trust police officers. Our children see that. Our children notice when their parent code switches as soon as a police officer is nearby. And that's not normal amongst people who don't break laws, but it is normal to our existence right now. We don't trust them. And I honestly worry about how these reactions get worsened when these same children go to school and interact with police officers on a regular basis. Best case scenario, they grow up learning that police officers are there to make sure that people follow the rules. But worst case scenario, they grow up learning that police officers are there just to make sure that Black people and minorities follow the rules. Unfortunately, in our current climate, that worst case is not a wild jump to make, especially for a child whose brain is still developing. So look, long story short, if we want to end the school to prison pipeline, then we need to stop making school feel like prison. And I know that people might be like, okay, well, what about the bad kids who need to be corrected? And I say, schools are supposed to be centers of enlightenment and learning, not pre-prison training centers. If we want children to learn from the mistakes, we can't have people who will intimidate them into being defensive. This only aggravates those mistakes because then children don't learn how to effectively correct their behavior. Police officers instill the idea, if I get caught, I'm in trouble. But I think the idea that we should be teaching our children is, if I did something bad, I need to acknowledge it, figure out how to fix it, and learn from my mistakes so I don't do it again. Police officers don't do that, counselors do, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Jocelyn Lopez.
Hi, how are you guys?
Great. If you can state your name.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you just said.
You state your name and address for the record, and then you will have 3 minutes to speak.
My name is Jocelyn Lopez. I live at 32 North 16th Street in Allentown. I'm calling for a couple of the reasons that we're on tonight. One, I would like to start with by saying that I think that teachers try and teach our kids to be proactive when they can be and reactive when they have to be. And as the moderator has stated, I forget your name, that the teachers currently are not trained for a COVID classroom. So I fully support virtual learning, not just for the children, but for my friends that are teachers in the Allentown School District. Moving forward, all of the statistics that Ashleigh Strange had pointed out were really critical, and I'd like to back all of those as well. And also what Allison Mickel had said, as an anthropology professor, I think that it's really important to take her word into consideration. I would like to move into what the person from Galaxy S10 had said, that we can't afford computers and hunger programs and all that stuff. And I think that she's right. And I think that a great way to solve those programs would be to get these SROs out of our schools. Out of 180 days in the 2018-2019 school year, there were 265 incidences that happened in those schools involving these SRO officers, and 72 of these students were arrested. And Ashleigh had also mentioned that 61 arrests happened in Robb Middle School. So I think that is a reflection of where we are letting these students down. Our education system is broken as it is, and our education and our children's education should not be dictated by the zip codes that they live in, or if they receive a special certificate to go to one of the charter schools in the area. If we are going to allow a third education system to be something that happens in the Valley, then we need to make sure that our public school children are taken care of equally as well as every other student. I went to Central Catholic High School in the Lehigh Valley in downtown Allentown, and we didn't have any police officers in my school. And I think that might be a reflection of the economic level that a lot of people in my school were a part of. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. Next is Jon Irons.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and address for the record, and then you have 3 minutes.
My name is Jon Irons. I live at 1204 West Market Street in Bethlehem, 18018. I work for Communities and Schools of the Lehigh Valley, which, as I'm sure you know, is based in Allentown and serves almost all of the Allentown schools with site coordinators and community school coordinators. I'm here, there's a huge public safety crisis facing us right now. There's actually two. One is COVID-19, and the other is police for communities of color. And so it's unfortunate that safety plans to reopen the school are focused solely on this pandemic and not on issues of racial injustice in policing, especially as it relates to our children in schools. I'm the only reason I'm really making this call is because in my work with students and my conversations with students, I hear the concern in their voice. I hear the stress that they feel around this issue, and I feel that I hear that they're very certain about what they want, which is that they don't want to see police officers in and around their school environment. It's not conducive to their learning, and they don't feel like the officers are there to protect them. Indeed, the courts across the country have ruled that police officers are not required to protect people in general, and not required to protect students in schools in the case of school shootings even, which is supposedly why they're there. I know that as a budget item for Allentown that the SRO program isn't enormous, but because of the budget shortfalls of the district, any money that can be used to support actual student learning, that can be used to support student mental health, can support better salaries for paraeducators, that can support counselors, that can support community programs like the one that I work for. That's where the district needs to put its money if it's serious about safety. The resource officers are there to, even in the language of Allentown School District's policies, keeping the students safe is ranks like maybe third or fourth in some of these policies. The officers are mainly there to do their normal job, which is policing, and that doesn't belong in our schools. And I urge the safety task force as they're reviewing to really consider the active student organizations that are making their voices known publicly, to bring them on into this process and solicit them. Because if there's any person in this entire district that is qualified to make a decision of whether police officers should be in school, it's the students who are being policed by those students or by those officers. So I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Sharon Billington. Sharon, if you can state your name and address for the record, and then you have 3 minutes.
Sharon Billington, 1509 Chew Street, Allentown. Bringing it back to agenda items, you're going to be voting on the student handbook tonight. And I do have a concern because of the possible plan of going totally virtual. There is a section on attendance, and that doesn't address the issue of how attendance should look in the virtual world. I know we may not have the information yet from PDE regarding how many days or how many hours, but there should be some type of notation in the handbook that you'll have to follow whatever rules and regulations as set forth during this time, because that is also a very unclear thing for parents as to, well, does my kid log on once? What's counted as showing up and being with attendance? So I think that's an important factor to consider before approving the handbook that is out there right now. And there may be other areas in the handbook, which I quickly scanned through to see, again, how virtual learning may affect those requirements and infractions and any of the other things. But again, I think that needs to be looked at before just approving the handbook as it is, if we decide to go to total virtual learning, at least for even one quarter. And on the parent sheet where you sign that you've read these things, there should be something on that noting too about the parent and the student responsibility in maintaining their attendance. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sara Giaros. Sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly.
Hello?
Hi, if you can state your name and address for the record, and then you have 3 minutes.
Hello. My name is Alexa Heinstein. My address is 2823 Klein Street, Allentown, PA. I am in 7th grade and I go to South Mountain Middle School. I'm speaking on behalf of a student's view. And I would like to speak about learning abilities, and it's not as easy for them to work on the computer as then work inside of a school where they have their help with their teachers, but at home they don't have help from anyone and parents can only do so much. Also, a lot of kids go to daycare and not all daycares have Wi-Fi and all of that, and all kids are put into one room. Like all the kids that go to school and all the older kids are in one room. And if the kids have laptops and they are responsible for not breaking the laptop that is owned by you guys, the Allentown School District, any other kid can come and break the laptop and they would have to pay for it. And that is not fair. And lots of daycares don't have access to Wi-Fi. And also, while in May and all that time, there was a lot of malfunctions with Edgenuity and all that, and it was harder to understand and comprehend what was happening on the computer than if you're in a classroom and you're comprehending what the teachers are doing, because lots of teachers find creative ways to introduce new subjects and new things like algebra and all of that stuff. But when you're on the computer, they don't do it in a certain way. Everything's the same way. So it gets kind of tiring, and it also gets kind of stressful, and you get frustrated with the whole thing. Also, if we do go to school, we will have to wear masks. And like middle school through high school, we will understand that we will have to wear masks. But for the little kids, they're not going to know that we have to wear masks. But the little kids, if you explain to them what is happening and what is going on, they might understand it, but not a lot of people explain this to their children on what's happening. So the kids think it's okay to take off their mask, which is not like okay. And if we do not go back to school fully, at least we could go like half the week and half the week virtually. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Sascha Ball.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Sascha Ball. I live at 1824 West Whitehall Street in Allentown. I am a substitute for Allentown School District substitute teacher, and I also was a para for 8 years. I want to discuss the paraprofessional situation right now. I've remained friends with many of the paras that I knew when I was working, and I've remained friends with some of the paras as I've substituted in the district. My understanding is they do not have a contract. If they do not have a contract, they may not be called to work. Many of the paras that I know are considering getting other jobs. What you need to consider is when we do go back to school, hopefully, you may very well not be able to get those paras back because of other jobs. We all know paras aren't paid very well. So you're going to have a shortage of paraprofessionals and paraeducators because they may not leave the jobs if they find new jobs because they're not getting paid. They need to be paid during this first semester, no matter what, if you're going to keep them, because I'll tell you something, through my substituting, I could not have existed without having paras in my classroom. They are vital to the educational process, most especially for special needs and for learning support. And if we have to go back to school and we don't have their support, the teachers are going to really, really suffer. Additionally, and in a second subject, I think any money that we save from dismissing the SROs needs to be rerouted to licensed social workers because they are equipped to handle situations that police officers are not trained to deal with, specifically with poverty and crime and all of these things that our children face on a daily basis. And that's what I got. So I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you very much. Next is Shelby Heaney.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Shelby Keeney. I live at 2432 Coolidge Street, Allentown, 18104. My question is, I know everybody is anxious to get back to school, to get back into the classroom, but I do think that there needs to be some focus on, are these children ever going to be able to be I have 2 little kids, and I can wearing a mask is not efficient for them at their age. And it's been 10 years now since I graduated school, but instead of focusing on ways to keep everyone happy and ways to get us back in school immediately, I think we need to focus on not only how we're going to do that, but is it even possible with the way that we used to do it? And if it's not possible, what steps are we going to take to make it possible again in a different way? I also want to say that I think Allentown School District has done a great job with feeding their students. I think the faculty has done a great job with making sure that their students are fed during this time for families that need it. I also think that the school district has done a great job with providing computers for an
Shelby, we can't hear you anymore. Can we Can we pull Shelby out and try her again? Right, can we go to the next person on the list then? To Tessa Seals?
Hello, my name is Tessa. I'm a student at Charter Arts High School, and I live 2424 West Allen Street. And I'm here to talk about kind of the issue that's already being discussed about cops being in schools. So we don't have cops in our school. I go to, as I said before, I go to Lehigh Valley Charter School for the Arts. And we do not have cops in our school, and like the fact that like people are like not wanting, like some people are not wanting to take cops out of the school and be like, oh, there's gonna be like a school shooter or something. But the thing is, though, like we don't have cops, so like if a school shooter comes to our school, like that's what I'm saying. But the thing is, though, I'm for like taking cops out of our school because we don't really need them unless like, yeah, there is a school shooter. But like besides like what cops actually are paid to do, we don't need cops in our school at all. And also like with people of color being treated differently, that's not what our school is about either. Like we have a Black History show. Like our school is literally mainly white people and like not that diverse, but that doesn't like it doesn't make a difference to like how we treat people of color in our school. Like we have a Black History show that promotes Black history and promotes like people of color, and like we talk about in history class all the time about like all history, like Black history, white history, like all. So like the fact that like other school, like I hear other schools not being courteous to like people of color or having cops in the school, like I think that's like, it baffles me. It actually like baffles me because yeah, there are like emergencies, but like we don't need cops like walking up and down the schools to always be on kids' backs, whether they're colored or white or whatever, because like we're kids. If you're gonna keep cops in school, you're treating us like prisoners. Like in the schools that have cops, if kids are gonna have cops in their school, then they're gonna act like prisoners and not kids. But and we need like for kids like us, like the people who want to like help us out with our issues are not cops. Like we need guidance counselors. Like we have a lot of we are literally assigned guidance counselors. I'm pretty sure like hopefully every school like assigns a kid to a guidance counselor, but like we are assigned guidance counselors, and that's what we need rather than cops, like to talk to and like help us out. Like Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Carrie Holmes.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me okay? This is Carrie Holmes.
Yes, please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, Carrie Holmes. I'm on East Mark Street here in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Obviously, I was so very concerned and distressed to hear that there was a contract that existed between the police department and the school district here. I thought the student that just spoke and others stated so well how that would affect the entire atmosphere of the school itself. I am glad to hear that the superintendent has stated that there is a desire in place to end the school to prison pipeline as we understand it nationally, regionally, and of course locally. But seeing that these school resource officers have played a critical role in that pipeline, I think that it's so necessary that at this time more than any other, at this juncture, that be addressed. I'm so very concerned to see the report and have looked at this record that nearly over 250 Allentown students were involved in incidents with law enforcement officers at the school, and 72 of them were actually arrested. Obviously, any concerns that would arise, as they do in our community, in our neighborhoods, we want our neighborhoods, our children, our families, and our friends to be safe. We call officers at the time that they are needed. If we had the type of policing in our neighborhoods and on our blocks the way we do in schools, we as adults would be disturbed. We would know how unfair and how unjust and distressing that would be, as the student was just sharing so very well, that creates a notion that that the school includes, and your presence at a school includes, criminality, which is more than disturbing. But we're hearing from students, and I hope the school board is hearing the students. Sometimes I think there is a notion that is, this is just par for the course, that you're going to hear some complaints. But I'm hoping that the voice of especially the students speaking up will be heard, and that they're not being turned a deaf ear to. I think the one thing that can certainly, beyond public comment, that can certainly show that, and I'll close with this, is that changes be made in how students are heard, and that they are heard, and then what actions are taken. And obviously that this is a concern and it needs to be addressed. And I think that the school board could do something greater than simply public comment, to kind of erase that notion that the comments are just being endured, but that people, and especially the students, are actually being heard. So I would encourage this contract with the police department to be broken, and that those funds go towards improving education, if that's really what we want our school district to do and to be about. Thank you so much to the school board for the work that you are doing, and God bless each of you as you progress into making your decisions in this, and especially with the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Christina Martinez.
Yes, hello?
Hi, please state your name and address for the record, and then you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Christina Martinez. I live in 102 West Susquehanna Street. My daughter attends Roseville. My thing is, I completely agree with the virtual, at least for the first quarter, to see how you guys, are able to keep this under control and to keep a safe environment. Because I don't think it's safe. She's going out for first grade. I don't think it's safe for me, at least, to send her to school. As her being so small, she's not gonna understand. You got to keep your mask on. You got to keep your distance. So, what's your thoughts about that, or other parents? That's all I have to say. That I'm all for the virtual classes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Kassandra Hernandez.
Yes, my name is Kassandra Hernandez. I live on Wall Street, Allentown, 18102. And I would like to discuss at the beginning, I would like to give respect to whoever was talking about both ways. And at the beginning, I would like to say, I'm not happy for my kids to stay home. I'm not happy for my kids to be at the school at the same time, because what we're going on right now with our government, we don't even know even you ask doctor, you ask like whoever like in charge for to treat people with those virus right now. We don't have any information about like what's the right way more than to protect us from everything. At the beginning, like if they have a school to be open and my kids will be like under 10 years old, I have one, he will be 9 and one he will be, he's right now as a 6. And both those kids at the beginning, how they gonna handle a mask at the school all day? Then probably I'm gonna send like couple masks with them because in case something going on, they have to change their mask. And at second things, no matter what my kids are protected from a virus, they still can carry the virus and they bring it home. And like for me, my kids, it's under 10 years old. If me and my wife, by the way, my wife, she worked for school district too. But me, my wife, if we catch a virus from our kids and we have to be like in a hospital, who's gonna take care of our kids? We special like we don't have anyone to take care of our kids. We don't have any relative or any cousin or anyone like to be trusted to be having our kids. Second thing, I'm gonna talk about like with respect to all those students, how they feel like the police at the school as like to be as a prison. No, those police to be like there to protect you and to protect other kids. And like I feel so happy and so safe when I see the police at the school, and especially when they're doing their job. I feel very safe. I don't have to worry about nothing at the school at that point. And like if you tell me like you're not gonna feel safe because they're there and like you are feeling like as a prison, no, we don't feel that way. We don't act that way. All you have to do just ignore to see the police at the school, but you never know when the crazy moment coming over to someone had and started doing some trouble, and we cannot feel sorry about that for rest of our life. I'm sorry my time running over, but like I would like to say another things about like if you can't handle like a Wi-Fi, you don't have a Wi-Fi at your house, it's many programs the school district offer. At least you can get like a 3 months free from some companies, and that will protect you for first quarter of the school. And don't tell me you don't have Wi-Fi in your house and you have your 24 hours like your phone. It's connected on Wi-Fi and you're sitting down and you're doing like Facebook or whatever. You can give your telephone to your kid to be like talking about or with his teacher or learning about with his teacher. The last thing I'm gonna talk about for those kids who is gonna stay home and learning on a computer at home, we can like adjust it for those kids. And instead to have a Zoom with their teacher like 1 hour a day, they can have like 2 hours a day with their teacher. Like maybe taking 1 hour like by 9 o'clock in the morning, second hour maybe like by 11 or maybe afternoon. Those kids, they can like be learning something, having like homework to do between those like hours, and like they can be keep going. I'm not talking about like special. My kids already like mine, it's like second grade going to third grade. He finished third grade right away, like right now. But his was his teacher as a summer school. He's still like doing as a third grade. My first grade, he already finished first grade. He's going to first grade. He already finished it, and his teacher like, I don't care what she keep giving him on Odyssey where as to keep him going and like at least keep his mind like working and keep him like learning many things, no matter if he repeat it or not. I can stay with him at home all day long to be feeling safe, my kids with me, and instead send him somewhere to school. I'm with the respect to everybody. How I know those kids coming to school, they have 100% clean, sanitize, anything. And you have to understand, guys, if you don't have money to support Wi-Fi, how we gonna have money to support mask every day, sanitizer every day, I'm be suffering for 6 months right now for bottle of alcohol. I can't find it. When I find it, they charge me like $15 for it. And like bucks a mask, $50 a mask, like pieces inside, it's $35. So every like 3 days, I'm gonna put $35 for a mask. So like all those things, we have to think about it, guys. We have to hold ourselves as like, it's not just us in Allentown. It's all over the world. It's no control for this virus. Nobody can control it. We can control it as if we act clean, we act like sanitize everything, we act like protect each other, protect ourselves, make long distance like standing, talking, something like that. From day one, my kids, like first days I stopped school, I left them 60 days without even walking to my first like door. They stay home. They're scared from corona. At the same time, when I see all my neighbors, no one even have a mask on. They shaking hands. There was talking. So like, we have to start from us, guys. We have to learn. If we don't control this virus like ourselves, this virus, he cannot control himself to be like affecting house by house, city by city, state by state. And like, I'm sorry to say that on the bottom of the line, our government from like White House all the way down, they don't care about us on the bottom of the line. Thank you. I'm sorry for this time I'm taking.
Thank you very much. Next is Raven Gritman. Yes, we can hear you. If you can please state your name and
Okay.
address for the record.
I'm on North 24th Street in Allentown. I just had a question about if they are going to do the virtual schooling, even if it's just for the first quarter. For my son, who is about to go into kindergarten for the first time, he is a little bit behind and he is in speech therapy, behavioral therapy, might need an IEP. How is it going to work for him to get the extra help that he might need, or are they able to do Zoom meetings with like aides or teachers to help him progress? Because if he does, for some reason, need to do kindergarten for a second time, we just want to make sure that his first time is giving him every possibility to make sure he succeeds the second time. And then my other question would be is, again, if they were to do the virtual, if it is like time management, I know somebody had mentioned about the attendance for school. Is this something that strictly has to be done on normal school hours, or is this something that I can do with him when I get home from work so I can make sure that he's getting the most possible education that he can get with me being there without a teacher physically being in front of him? That's all my questions, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Yahira Washington.
Hi, this is not Yahira Washington. This is Tiffany Wright.
Okay, if you can just state your name and address for the record.
Absolutely. My name is Tiffany Wright. I live at 1046 Fullerton Avenue in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Oh, am I able to continue talking now? I imagine so. My timer's on. I wanted to speak in reference to the children starting school virtually in the fall. I have a child with special needs that is in high school. I have a 7th grader. I also have a daughter going into 4th grade who's in accelerated classes. I feel as though they all did very well as far as their virtual learning, and there were about 2 hiccups maybe with Odysseyware. But the reality of the situation is the pandemic is not necessarily under control. And at least in my household, we've taken as many as many precautionary measures as we possibly could to keep our children safe, so they don't get ill, but they're informed as much as they're able to conceptualize at their ages. But I'm a diabetic. I'm also anemic. I'm petrified of getting ill. I'm petrified of not being here to raise my children. I did send an email, and hopefully all of you had the opportunity to read that email. This is so very important. It's absolutely critical to my family and myself, and I do understand that other parents, this might pose a difficulty for them so far as work or scheduling. But this is something that we have to do for the health of our children, for the health of our households, for the health of our overall community. We don't need to suffer anymore. We don't need to have any more losses. We can get through this, but we're going to have to get through this together. And I need the school board's help. I need the district's help to keep myself and my children safe and to keep us well, to keep everyone well, so the community can continue to progress. I'm grateful for everything that the district has done for us, whether it be computers or the food distribution. They've been wonderful. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is April Riddick.
Can you hear me? Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Please state your name and address for the record.
April Riddick, 1013 and a half South 6th Street, Allentown, PA. I'm okay with this, with the semester at home. I guess a lot of people don't take it seriously. Kids are out playing. When we did have the lockdown, I have a grandson that has underlying health issues. And when you have people in the family that has passed away from it, or know of people, family members, you take it seriously. And then let alone having the proper supplies for the kids to have when they go back. And so I don't have a problem with them staying home for the semester. I didn't even have a problem with the partial virtual partial school once you figure it out with some common sense. It's very hard to make a decision considering Allentown's the third largest city, and people don't really understand that. And mind you, those who transposed here don't understand. Allentown was never always, school district wasn't always like this. I'm a product of Allentown School District. And it was a pretty doggone school district up to a certain people took place, and started back in 2000, in late 90s, when they started diverting education money to prisons than to the school systems. Just to put that out there, and I know that firsthand only because I seen the plans when people were running for political positions, and that literature was given out there, just to put it out there. And also Allentown school curriculum wasn't updated for 30 years, and that discovery was done by school district. As for the computers, when you first didn't give them out, I didn't have a problem with it, because as a grandmother and also as a mom who raised 4 boys of her own, 2 with learning disabilities and 2 without, I did everything means possible to take care of them. I was a single mom. I worked 3rd shift. I didn't use school as my babysitting tool. I didn't make excuses. I made sure my kids got their education. I just feel that if you can buy yourself sneakers, if you can buy yourself cigarettes, if you can buy food out, when it comes to your kids, you make no excuses. And as for the police in the schools, it never was like that. We never had to worry about that. But times have changed. And so police or no police, that's where you have to decide what's the best. I know Philadelphia does a program that's working very well with not full police force and some police force. But, in reality, is it needed in high school versus not needed in junior high and high schools? And also, too, we have a lot of youth out here that are very disrespectful and no home training. Let's keep it real. So you had that non-home training coming into the schools. In a society today, is it right? No, it's not right. So I commend you on everything you're trying to do as a 3rd largest city and person that grew up here. But as for the police, I think you should try to create some sort of relationship. Total removal, I don't think so. When I was in high school, they sat outside. They didn't come into school, but also creating them security or getting them certified the way they were back in the day. You can't compare Central Catholic or South Bay or none of them to Allentown, because Allentown is unfunded and has been unfunded for the last 30 years by design. So when you have those new here and don't understand how it was at one time to what it is now, that's what you're dealing with. And in some cases, kids thrive. In some cases, kids don't. You have to, as a parent, do what you got to do to get your kid whatever they need with no excuses. And I'm sorry, I feel that we live in a very entitled world. Yesterday's gone. Yesterday's not coming back, and people need to realize that this is a different world. It's never going back to that way. And the school system being put in a situation that was already bankrupt, pretty much, how to figure out how to get this money. And as parents, a lot of parents are saying, I need this, I need that. But like I said, if the gentleman said, put them on the phone. If you stop smoking cigarettes for a week, that's $120. Go buy a tablet. I'm sorry. We have to stop this entitlement. But as parents, we have to make sure we educate our kids at home and live by examples. And so when the kid goes to school, you know the kid's learning because he has some structure at home. And that doesn't hold true for a lot of parents. There's a lot of amazing parents out there. But at the same notion, we're living in a different world, as well as with the virtual and as well as the police. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Diane Justison.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Please state your name and address for the record, and then you may begin.
Diane Justison, North Muhlenberg Street in Allentown. I'll be brief. I'm actually just calling to add my voice to people like Ms. Strange, who spoke eloquently about not renewing the contract to have school resource officers. My feeling is that the police should be a last resort in schools, certainly not a constant presence, and that money could be better used to have programs that would work to help students have social workers, have other school leaders who are able to work with youth and de-escalate situations and work to teach them better ways of dealing with problems and behaviors. To criminalize that kind of thing, I think, is really counterproductive. And again, people like Ms. Brown, Ms. Strange, I believe it was Mickel, all spoke very eloquently and gave many, many facts about what this means when you do have police officers in schools and the negative consequences to the kids in the community. That's it. I yield my time.
Thank you very much. Next is Nashira Brown.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and address for the record, and you may begin.
My name is Nashira Brown. I reside on Randolph Street in Allentown, Pennsylvania, and I'm here to talk about the need to break the contract with the police in schools. But first, two questions I would like to sit with you is one, why are cops in schools? And what is the big obstacle standing in the way of breaking the contract? We need cops out of school because they don't treat us right as the students. We are treated less than, and they are being paid to literally just sit around or just targeting our Black and brown students. They are not needed, and we shouldn't have to feel like we shouldn't have to feel like learning with a target on our back 24/7. The cops in schools, I feel, just enhances it does. It enhances the school to prison pipeline. And to all the board members, if you say you are for equality, then you would see that the SROs are only there to scout out who is next to be incarcerated. If your reasoning for them being in schools are just to protect us from school shooters, that reasoning needs to be changed because the cops can be called. Our students shouldn't have to be targeted day in and day out because they are Black and brown. We shouldn't have to look over our shoulders while we're in school, then turn around and see them coming for us outside of school. If you say you are for all students, then you would understand that there's a better way for students to be in school and be safe without having SROs in school. The amount of money that the police are being paid to be in schools could be taken and put into better training for security guards, better training for teachers, and better training for guidance counselors. I pray and hope that all SAD board would answer my questions and will be listening to our youth, because we all matter and our voices matter, and we will make change. And we also demand that this contract be broken. It's not needed. If you just listen to us, we can make more change than damage. If you understand and communicate with us, we will be greater. The last thing I would like to have sit on your heart is the way they put prison beds into the prisons in Pennsylvania. I just learned this this past week. I found out that every second grade test, depending on how you score, is how many beds they put inside the prisons. That's how they plan out how many prison beds will be inside the prisons each generation, I think. And that makes me feel very upset, and I feel like we need to change that. And until we change the contract, well, we will change the contract. That's what we're going to say. We will change the contract. Until we do change the contract, I will keep on fighting for my students, because we deserve equality. And you say you're for equality, but we're treated like we're less than. We don't need to be treated like we're less than. We need to be treated on the same page. Once we're treated on the same page, then everybody will feel equal. Everybody will be safe. You don't see like cops and students with like serious issues in other communities. You see that in the Allentown School District, and you see that in mostly inner city schools. If you look at the statistics and see what we're like asking and see us out, then we will seek change and we will make great change. I thank you all for listening to me. I hope you will take what I asked in consideration and answer my questions. You have pretty much everything about me. You're the Allentown School District, so you can email me on my school email or on my email. It's not Shara Brown. It's not Shara Brown 09@gmail.com. You can pretty much find me anywhere, or you can answer it here right now. No, what? No, please answer it here right now. This is what we need. We've been fighting for this, and thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mary Armitage.
I think I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and address for the record.
Okay, thank you. My name is Mary Beth Armitage. I live on Maple Drive in Walnutport, and I am a teacher at William Allen High School. I have been a teacher for 14 years in the Allentown School District. I also taught in Philadelphia. Oh, now can you hear me? I hope so.
You could hear you the whole time.
Okay, awesome. I also taught in Philadelphia, and I taught at Central Catholic High School, which is completely different, as Ms. Riddick noted, from the Allentown School District. And I wanted to thank both Mr. Bitar and Ms. Riddick for their comments. They were really insightful and very eloquent and on point, because I have a lot of concerns, and that's why I rose my hand to speak. The virtual learning, there are issues on both sides, and I really respect our superintendent for making this difficult decision and the decision that's in front of the board tonight, because for the students and the students who spoke tonight, I really admire their courage. Those are our students, and as a teacher in the district, our concern is always with our students. We love our students, and what I know for me, one of my biggest concerns has been their safety throughout this, as far as if they're eating. I know at Allen, we've been giving grab and go meals twice a week, as well as giving out the computers so that our students can do the virtual learning. My other concern for the students is just simply, are they, healthy? Because at every school in the district, our students get both dental care and medical care. I have some serious concerns about the misconception about the role of the SRO officers in school buildings. We have 2 SRO officers at William Allen High School, and that is for almost 3,000 students. When we had 3,800 students my first year there, we had 2, count them, 2 SRO officers. These SRO officers have an amazing, wonderful relationship with our students. Our students do not have a target on their backs. We have a 73% Hispanic population, a 16% Black population, and an 8% white population. That means all of our students are basically Black or brown, with only an 8% being what we would call white. So my concern is that misconception about the police role. Our SRO officers are amazing. They're wonderful people, as are our counselors. We are underfunded, so we don't have as many counselors as we would love to have, but our students value our counselors in our building and our school SRO officers, which also act as social workers. When arrests occur, it occurs because they are necessary and discipline has gone as far as it can possibly go within the building, because our administrative teams are amazing at doing everything in their power to help the children along in their way. And again, I really wanted to thank Ms. Riddick, because she has said so many wonderful things, and she really has shown, oh, I'm out of time. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next is Brenda Fonta.
Hello?
Hi, if you can state your name and address for the record, and then you may begin.
It's Brenda Ponte, 117 and a half West 2 Street, Allentown, PA, 18101, 2. Sorry. I'm for school staying virtual. And I'm one of the parents who know it's hard, because I had 4. Now 1 is graduated, so it's 3. So I know it's hard and it's crazy, but it's the safest choice. I work with kids. So I think it's Sara said, they do the mask thing and they're putting it on their heads. Yes, I have masks on their heads. I have masks with their nose out, and you can tell them a million times and they're not understanding it. They don't know it's to keep them safe. And so those are 4-year-olds going into kindergarten. So I heard a lot of the parents worried about it. So it is a concern. It is a worry. And I don't think they're safe. And then I have my bigger kids. I have 2, one starting 9th grade, and I have 1 in 10th grade. They don't want to wear masks because one is like, it's so not cool. That's one, it's not cool to have it. They're not understanding it's to keep them safe. And I have one that says they want to stay home because they're a little nervous. And I have the other saying that they need to get out there and learn. I want to say I commend some of the teachers. That Ms. Dentith is one at Morton. She was amazing with my daughter. She checked in all the time. We need teachers like that. We need teachers to help our kids a little more. So if we could have more Zoom chats, if we could have teachers more like interacting more with our kids, that'll make this situation a little easier. That's on my behalf. And Mr. Atia, he was at Daroff, 9th grade teacher, my son's homeroom teacher. He often checked in when my son was slacking. He would check in, he'll call me, and he'll make sure your son's falling off again this week. He's saying he's on, but he's not really on. So it's a team effort. Us as parents, it's our kids. We have to help them, and we have to help the teachers help them. So I understand, like every parent, it's a whole panic, it's a whole thing, but I think keeping the schools closed is for our kids' safety. And I think it's a great idea doing the virtual thing. It's not going to be easy. And we just have to work a little harder with the teachers, because I want to keep them safe too. Because it's going to be a lot harder for teachers to do all the cleaning I've been doing behind children, because they touch everything. And then that has to be disinfected. And that's a whole worry. It's just easier to leave them home. So that's pretty much what I had to say.
Thank you very much. Next is Jen Clark.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jen Clark. I live on North Jordan Street in Allentown. I'm a mother of 4, one of which is disabled and living on 14 medications a day. And for her first 7 years of life, she lived on steroids and antibiotics. I am grateful that Mr. Parker, along with everyone else, decided to continue virtual learning. I do believe that it would be best for children who are disabled or those who have trouble learning to have synchronous classes as opposed to asynchronous. I am concerned for my daughter's well-being, especially the disabled one, for all of their well-being, but especially the disabled one. I would like it if they would continue this throughout the entire year, if it's possible. And it would be nice to have teachers that are a bit more caring, like Miss Recker and Dr. Dodd, Miss Brand from Harrison Morton, Miss Simmons from Sheridan. And that's about it. I just wanted to say thank you and God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Next is Sandra Quiros.
Hello?
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can state your name and address for the record and then you may begin.
Yeah, my name is Sara Quiros. My address is 2823 Klein Street in Allentown. I just want to say kids with learning disability need more help with the virtual. Last semester was very hard for my daughter and very stressful for her to accomplish everything. If you guys do decide to have virtual, I do agree, like teachers need to be more, have more interaction with the children's, having more Zoom meetings. That's something that my daughter did not have. The one that is in middle school, I do have one in middle school. Only one teacher was having Zoom meeting every week. They both would like to go back to school. They also do sports. They would like to go back to the sports just because it was very stressful for them. But if, like I said, if you guys do decide to have virtual, just for the teachers to be more responsible and check up on them and help them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kathy Ferries. You can unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Kathy Reese. I live on South St. Cloud Street, Allentown, PA. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You can start.
Hello, I can't hear you.
We can hear you.
Yeah. Hello?
We can hear you.
She's talking, but I can't hear.
You can start.
Hello, it's Kathy Reese. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, please.
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. I was wondering if we will learn the results of the survey that we did about how families in the ASD community felt about going back or doing virtual. Also, I would also like to know, and I know parents that I have talked to, I know their kids had a really hard time, as well as my two kids. I have going to be a sophomore and a junior, and it was a horrible experience that we had with the virtual schooling that they did with Ingenuity and Google. I would also like to see if there are parents that want to send their kids back and there are parents that don't want to do it, there should be some kind of both ways. I'm really afraid that if you do go virtual, you're not going to stop doing virtual. I really think that kids need to be in school. I know my kids want to be back in school, and a lot of kids I've talked to, they want to be back in school. I think this is causing a lot of anxiety for kids. Kids need socialism. This is a walking community, all that exercise that they would get going to and from school and walking around campus, getting to their classes. Not only the food that they would get and the variety of food that they would get. And the big thing is socialism. They need that. A lot of Americans have gone back to work, and we have all learned to deal with these new policies that they have in place. I think you need to give our kids a benefit of the doubt, especially the high schoolers and the middle schoolers. They can go to school and do so in a safe way. It may be tougher for elementary, but you have to find a solution because kids cannot stay at home. They need to get back out into their schools. It's very important. And that is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Sean Kerbin.
Oh my God, I did.
Good evening. Sean Kerbin, 1478 Willowbrook Drive, Bethlehem, PA. Full disclosure, I am a union representative at the local, region, and state level, but I am speaking not as a union representative, but as a teacher. We all want to go back to school. Every teacher I have spoken with, and I speak with a lot of them, want to go back to school. We don't like doing this stuff from home. It's harder than normal. Most people want us to go back to school for socialization, and we know that it's good for socialization. However, there's not going to be any socialization going on because the guidelines to go back call for social distancing. And what does that look like? That looks like 6 feet between each student with a mask on in class. You're not allowed to congregate. You're not allowed to have really recess together. You're not allowed to eat lunch together and actually talk. You have to sit 6 feet away from each other and not even across so that you can yell at each other, but next to each other. You don't go to different classes, so that means no specials. So those of you with art kids, you don't get art in the same way because, oh, yes, you can't share supplies. And the art department is underfunded anyway, and it can't buy enough supplies for individual students at individual grade levels. You're not going to get hands-on music experience. You're not going to be able to borrow any books in the library because they go home, come back, and our schedule does not give us time for the books to rest or whatever. And we certainly do not have the funds to clean this stuff at any point. There will be no close contact with teachers, 6 feet distance. There will be no group work. There will be no changing classes. There will be no sharing resources. There will be no sitting on the carpet for the little kids. when, there's nothing better than sitting on the carpet with everybody and listening to a story. That's not going to happen. As far as falling behind, nobody wants our kids to fall behind, but what are they falling behind from? Everyone is in this situation. Teachers want to go to work, but they don't feel like we can be safe. And remember, although kids may be safer than everybody else, 10%, if not more, of any school population is adult. You're putting teachers, nurses, principals, speech pathologists, everybody at risk, including your children. Right now, the safest thing is to stay home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Alvin Wright.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, please state your name and address for the record, and then you may begin.
My name is Alvin Wright. My address is 2325 West Livingston Street. I'm a long-time Allentown resident. I am a father of 4 students who currently attend Allentown School District. I'm also grandfather of 5 that currently attend the Allentown School District. I'm an employee. I'm a security officer at Sheridan Elementary School. I also coach football at William Allen and girls basketball at Robb. I just want to touch on situation with the SROs and my own experience. As a security officer at Sheridan, I have a lot of responsibility, and most of it moves along very easily without any hiccups. One particular thing that I've had for the last 2 years while at Sheridan is at the end of the day, I'm responsible to load kindergartners in the morning and not only unload them in the afternoon, but I have to unload them and I hand them directly to the pickup person. In my experience, the SROs that are assigned to the area of Harrison Morton and Sheridan have been amazing. There have been plenty of times where I've been tied up with district business and school business, and there have been things that have went on in close proximity to the school, not necessarily on the sidewalk or on the grounds, because those things are not within the guidelines that are put in place for me to follow. And they've been there. They've been there to support me and to support my administration and my students and my teachers. So, I just want to say, as a security officer who works alongside the children, and anyone who knows me knows that I love the children. I haven't had those or seen those encounters that I've heard some people speak on as far as the SROs kind of singling the children out. I've had none. I've had no encounters like that, because if I did, I'm one that would speak up. And as far as the virtual schooling, I mean, I love being able to, sit with my kids and do their work, and to push them out of the door, to take that risk is not something I'd be willing to do. I'm fully on board for the virtual. I'll leave the building on any day the district says for me to go secure my building, but I'm not willing to gamble on my children's health and well-being for the sake of parents who maybe just don't want to be with their children. That's my time. Thank you so much for listening.
Very much. Next is Justin Parker.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, please state your name and address for the record, and then you may begin.
Hi, Justin Parker, 315 West Linden Street in Allentown. And I just wanted to go off and say that with regards to kids going to school, remotely. I think that, or I hope that the plan would include at least more interaction with the children and the teachers. I know that working from home remotely with COVID-19 and trying to homeschool in a sense, my son who does have autism, it was a bit challenging with regards to not being a teacher myself and trying to get this information out. That's just a small part of it. So, I hope that that there's some consideration with regards to how the actual classes look. But with regards to the school resource officers, I really would like to just call them police officers, because that's what they are. They're police officers that are in school. When I think of a school resource officer, I think of a guidance counselor, I think of a social worker, and these are like, really resources that that our kids need. So, just with some of the commentary, earlier with, giving a lot of praise to the police officers in school, if you're not Black or brown, you can't really speak on a Black or brown child's experience with a school resource officer, because just as many as, are saying, oh, they're great. We have a lot on the other side saying, hey, this is a traumatic experience. My family had a bad experience with police officers, or I had a bad experience with police officers. And, when we're looking at the well-being of, our children, especially with being remote, a lot of times, at school, this is the only time that these kids are eating, or this is the only time that these kids have, interaction, anything else like that. So, I really think that you guys need to take a hard look at police officers in the school. I'm not going to call them school resource officers, because that's not what they are. I mean, if you guys want more school resource officers, then I feel that, there should be more hiring of guidance counselors, social workers, and mental health advocates in the school. And that's pretty much my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any new people for public comment at this time. So we will move on to the minutes. May I have a motion for the approval of the minutes?
I'll make the motion.
Mr. Miller, is there a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Wilt, any discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, please call the roll.
Mrs. Wilt?
Yes.
Mrs. Johnson-Watts?
Yes.
Miss Mathison?
Yes.
Miss Vega?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Thiel?
Yes.
Miss Harris?
Yes.
Mrs. Conover?
Yes.
Mrs. Brace?
Yes.
9-0 passes.
Thank you. We'll move on to information updates. First is the Allentown Human Relations Commission.
Hi, everybody. It's Linda. The first thing I want to say is thank you to everybody who did speak up today. As far as the Human Relations Committee is concerned, the last meeting for HRC was canceled due to our technical issues. Although a live meeting hasn't been possible, the commissioners are still very much active. As a HRC co-chair, alongside with the HRC chair, Ms. Janet Murillo, we had the opportunity to discuss some issues that are in our community right now with with the Chief Granite. And we wanted to make sure that we got educated on the facts and not just make assumptions. One of the questions asked was, why couldn't he provide the footage of the police body cams that the community was asking for? And we learned that he doesn't make that decision, only the DA does. So I hope that puts that question to rest for some people. There was another concern lately in the community with the spending of the police funds. Some community members complained that our police department actually provided some ice cream for the kids. We learned that that funding came from the PAL program that had been canceled due to COVID. So it was just nice for HRC to be able to sit with the chief of police and get some actual information to some of the questions in the community. Since our meeting in June with Granite, he informed us that some officers are getting training on the first week of August. And those trainings are called Crisis Intervention Training from Cedar Crest College, some de-escalation training, additional adolescent mental health training. And those officers were hand selected, especially in the SRO area. Some more information was that we definitely wanted to mention that HRC had adopted the A Can't Wait resolution at our last meeting on June 10th, and it was finally acknowledged by City Council, which is evident that HRC commissioners are listening to our community pretty loud and clear. This past Monday, the HRC chair, Ms. Janet Murillo, two other commissioners and myself as co-chair met with Chief Granitz again. And he was able to highlight the APD policies, guidelines, and procedures. So I really encourage those in the community to really just reach out to organizations that can make situations like this possible, so that the answers to your questions can really be answered with facts. Lastly, the Human Relations Commission will hold another public meeting next week on Thursday, July 2nd at 6 p.m. I invite all board members, administration, and our community to join us. One last thing about Human Relations Commissioner, I just want everyone to know that we really are working hard at paying attention to our community and fighting hard on the back end in either adopting policies and or coming up with creative ways to find answers for them. And a big thank you to Janet Murillo for making that happen. That's all I have to report.
Thank you, Ms. Vega. Next is the Allentown Public Library. Ms. Harris.
Good evening. There isn't much going on in the library. They are open their regular hours, but the biggest thing we have is that we are still doing the lunches this summer. So it's a grab and go lunch. So you can come up to the parking lot where the drop off window is. Well, wait a second. When you pick up window, and we will give out lunches from there. So that will continue for the rest of the summer. Thank you.
Ms. Harris. Next is the Allentown Recreation Commission. Ms. Harris or Ms. Wilt?
There isn't a report at this time.
Okay. The Allentown School District Foundation, Ms. Wilt or Mr. Thiel?
No report at this time.
Thank you. Carbon Lehigh Intermediate Unit, Ms. Conover?
There's no report.
Thank you. LPTI, Ms. Conover, Ms. Mathison, or Ms. Johnson-Watts?
There's
There was no meeting. No meeting this month.
Okay, thank you very much. And the Safety Task Force, Ms. Conover or Ms. Harris? Oh, we can't hear you.
Unmute yourself, Lisa. There you go.
Okay. We did meet this month a couple times, actually. And it was, we talked about, we're currently working on our MOU between the Allentown Police Department, and we are having heavy discussion about SROs. So I'm glad to hear people from the community speak out on their opinion and what they felt about SROs. So it's an ongoing conversation. I don't know if Ms. Phoebe Harris wants to add, but there is some work that's been done, some work in progress. What I will say is that, not to dwell on it for now, the public will hear because we're going to meet again, is that we are looking at processes across the board for ASD. There's a lot of things that has happened in our buildings, in our district, and as a district, we are taking full responsibility for the things that have happened in our district as it relates to safety. So without getting into details, we did meet and we're doing something. You're going to see some changes that are coming down the pike, and they're not changes that we're just making. We're not just making decisions as a board, but we are being inclusive of our community and our students.
I want to concur with Lisa. We are definitely bringing in the community and their concerns. with what's going on with the safety resource schools resource officers. And it's just not going to be the willy-nilly. It's going to be very, very, the process is going to change, but it's going to be in a positive level for the whole school district and the culture of ASD.
Thank you very much. That ends. Oh, yes, go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to give a quick update on the committee that was spoken of in the resolution last month. The working title being on equity.
Yes, go ahead. You can.
Do we need to vote on the 3 school board members that have been identified, or do we just say that at this time?
I'm honestly not sure. Brian, do we have to vote on committee members for a committee that was formed?
Can you say it again? I didn't quite hear you.
Sure, yes. So we formed a new task force committee. Do we have to officially vote on those board members or just report out on them?
I think just report out on them.
Okay, so Cheryl, if you just want to do the report, that's fine.
Yes, so we have confirmed the 3 members as myself, Phoebe Harris, and Nicholas Miller. And as you stated, Sara, it's going to be a combination of myself being from finance, Ms. Harris being from education, and Mr. Miller being from buildings. And we will let everyone know what is happening at our committee of the whole that's coming up, and then at our next regular monthly board meeting. So things have begun.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we'll move on to the Board of Directors report. There is an obituary resolution as part of this report. So Ms. Murillo, if you could read that, please.
It is with sincere regret and deep sorrow that we record the death of Laura Quinter on July 5th, 2020. In recognition thereof, the Board of Directors submits the following obituary minutes and resolution. Whereas Laura Quinter was a faithful and devoted employee of the Allentown School District for 24 years, and whereas in her position as a social studies teacher at William Allen High School, she carried out her duties in a caring and professional manner. And whereas she provided the students of William Allen High School with a pleasant environment in which to learn. And whereas she greeted students, staff, and administrators with a cheerful attitude and willingness to help. And whereas her passing is marked by a deep sense of sorrow within the district. Be it resolved that the Board of Directors take note of the untimely death of this faithful employee by causing this obituary minute and resolution to be spread upon the permanent minutes of the board this 23rd day of July 2020, with a copy to be sent to her bereaved family. Respectfully submitted, Sarah Jane Brace, Audrey Mathison, Lisa Conover, Phoebe Harris, Nicholas Miller, Charles Thiel, Linda Vega, Cheryl Johnson Watts, and Nancy Wells.
Thank you, Ms. Murillo. May I have a motion for the approval of the Board of Directors report?
So moved.
A second.
Second by Ms. Wilt. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, please call the roll.
Mrs. Conover,
Yes.
Miss Mathison,
Yes.
Miss Vega,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Thiel,
Yes.
Miss Harris,
Yes.
Mrs. Johnson Watts,
I'm sorry, I'm going to say no, only because I realize that there is a portion of this that I did have a question about and failed to ask it in the timely manner. So I'm a no.
Mrs. Brace,
Yes.
Mrs. Wilt,
Yes.
8-1 passes.
Thank you. And Mr. Parker, you have comment?
Yeah, thank you. Just briefly, I want to acknowledge one of our own who was identified for a new position in the Board of Directors report, Dr. LaTarsha Brown, who has operated as the Assistant Superintendent of Equity and Accountability, is going to have some additional responsibilities as we expand our approach to school improvement and instruction in the organization. You'll hear more about that even later, but she will be expanding the office to include equity, accountability, and school improvement. And under that guise, she will now be our new deputy superintendent. So congratulations to Dr. Brown, and we look forward to dynamic things coming in the future.
Thank you. Mr. Parker. Dr. Brown, if you would like to say anything, you can.
Oh, no, just thank you. It's absolutely an honor, a privilege, all of that, to serve in a district where I started out as a coordinator, focusing solely on Title IX, and remembering that very first day that the district made the decision to move forward and expand equity beyond Title IX compliance and really seek to advance educational equity through operations, academics, and finance. And while it's been a long, challenging journey, it's been rewarding, and it's just a pleasure to serve this district and the families, students, and staff.
Thank you, Dr. Brown, and thank you for leading us in our quest to be a more equitable district. Ms. Johnson-Watts, I see your hand is up.
Yes, I want to congratulate Dr. Brown on her new post. We thank you for hanging on in there with us as we sort ourselves out and get to a place where we can properly address some of the concerns you've been attempting to address for quite some time. And thank you for your vigilance and your commitment and dedication. It has definitely been noticed.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I also want to just mention that my concern was regarding our board governance, and I failed to ask more questions prior to the vote. I am 100% for the agreement that we've done in terms of our unions. So I just want to make that clear for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson-Watts. Next is the Secretary's report and the Treasurer's report. Do I have a motion for the approval of these reports?
So moved.
Mr. Thiel, is there a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Wilt, any discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, please call the roll.
Ms. Mathison,
Yes.
Ms. Vega,
This was the Secretary and Treasurer's report, right?
yes.
No.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Thiel,
Yes.
Mrs. Brace,
Yes.
Mrs. Conover,
No.
Mrs. Johnson-Watts,
No.
Mrs. Wilt,
Yes.
Ms. Harris.
No.
5-4 passes.
Thank you. Next is the superintendent's report. I know there's presentations on parts of this, Mr. Parker. Is it just on Exhibit A, or is there anything else that I think you're still muted.
Thank you. It will kind of all go together. A and B go together, and then C will be separate.
Okay, so if you'd like to do the presentation first, and then we'll discuss and vote after.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. So if we can pull our PowerPoint up there. So I will echo some of the sentiments from our board president to start the conversation today. As we think about the impact of opening schools in 2021, not just in Allentown, but across the nation, we do so in a bit of a somber way, because we know and understand that the reality behind COVID is that it is taking lives from people, and young people, old people, and alike. So we take these decisions, we make these decisions with a heavy heart. And I think I can speak for every superintendent and every board member across the country, regardless of where you come down on this decision. And I don't think there's a right decision and a wrong decision. I think every community has to assess its own situation, its own predicament, and make the best decision for the children that they serve. And I think that's the impetus behind the conversation that we're having this evening as we talk about opening up schools and planning for next school year. We sent a letter out to our community, our parents and community, on yesterday, giving them a preview of the conversation that we were going to have this evening, because it is a conversation. This is the planning that we're doing as a district that has included a lot of stakeholder input to get us to this point where we could actually make this level of a decision, where we know, and this is my recommendation, I don't think it's a secret by now, that we begin our first quarter in a virtual environment. We expand our virtual campus to be inclusive of all students. And then while we're going through the process, we began to continue to work towards that hybrid model that we've been working to implement, or planning to implement in the district all along. We know that there's a return to school on the horizon. We just also know that there are too many unknowns and too many unsafe situations at this point to wholeheartedly make the recommendation that our children, our families, our teachers return to classrooms a month from today. So we are beginning the next level of our conversation. We have a pandemic planning team that has been working internally and reaching out externally to identify exactly what our vision and our structures will be for opening the schools next year. And make no mistake, I am very clear. We are making decisions that impact the lives of the people that we serve. And those decisions are not made lightly. As a parent, go back for me. Don't move forward yet. As a parent in the district, as well as a superintendent, I fully understand and appreciate both sides. I want my daughter out of the house as much as anybody on this call, but I also understand the potential impact of her being in that building while our country is still grappling with what COVID means and how to mitigate exposure to children. So as we go through the process, again, this is done with the vision and expectation that this board has made really clear and really plain in leadership of the district. And if you look at the first 3 C's on our strategic framework, we're supposed to create a culture in which students feel safe, valued, and nurtured. We're supposed to center our work on personalized learning and instruction. And we're supposed to collaborate meaningfully and deeply with our families and communities. And as you listen to the presentation this evening, and as we begin to develop our more formalized plan, I think you will see that these 3 core elements are really central to how we're approaching engaging these conversations that are going to drive out, I think, really positive outcomes for our kids. We know that there are concerns, and we heard from our community about Wi-Fi and about devices, and our district takes full responsibility for making sure that our children have everything that we need to be successful in a virtual learning environment. And that is the commitment that I'm making as a superintendent, the commitment that I know my board is making as a collective and individually. And we are looking forward to having a dynamic opening up of the school year albeit as recommended in the virtual environment. So I am going to defer to Dr. Brown, and she will move us through the presentation.
Great. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for hanging in there. We are happy to bring to you a summary and high-level overview of not just the decision that has been made for our opening of schools for the fall, but also to give you some insight on the planning, the folks involved, the departments involved, some of the information we received from our stakeholder groups, our surveys, and walk you through how we've come to this difficult decision. What you see before you is a list of the ASD pandemic planning team that has met and continues to meet every week, anywhere from 2 to 4 hours, sitting around the boardroom, hashing out information that comes from our federal level, our state level, our local level, and partners in this work, and just really teasing it out and having the difficult conversations that are really connected to a number of the comments that we've heard here today. And so we wanted to let you know that this decision and any decisions that are coming out in the future are always made collectively and through collaboration with every department seated around the table, having an opportunity for voice and inclusiveness in planning. As we said, when we came before you last month and talked about the different informational sources that were driving this work as well as our planning, we remain committed to those informational sources, and we wanted to highlight them again here. And as I've said internally and to external partners, we continue to begin first and foremost with the original guidance that came out from the CDC. So going back to 6 feet of social distancing, we were always planning and thinking and trying to problem solve on how could we reopen schools, and when we have to reopen schools, how will we reopen them with adherence to the CDC guidelines. And we've made some strides there, and we absolutely have some ways to go, but we absolutely are committed to the health and safety of all of our students and staff. We continue to use information from PDE, VIU, any and all regional planning task force that our superintendent and cabinet level directors are a part of, our principals and building level leadership. We've broken our district leadership down into a smaller working group. Those working groups meet outside of our Tuesday meetings, but continue the information and to move the work forward. Absolutely, our community partners in this work, we continue to listen to them and create space for them to hear and dialogue with us. The initial meeting was held in June, and we are looking forward to hosting our community partners again at the end of July. And our families and our staff, many feedback loops going out to our families and staff and back to our district staff as well as we plan. So those are our primary informational sources that guide this work. From there, we have our stakeholder groups that some are identical to our informational sources, but these are our groups that we make sure that we create opportunity for them to ask questions, for us to respond to their questions, and for there to be some authentic two-way dialogue. So our administrators, we meet with our principals every week, and a reoccurring agenda item continues to be the opening of schools, allowing them to process and ask questions in these times of uncertainty. With regard to our teachers, last we were before you talking about opening of schools. We plan to host a large teacher focus group. We were able to do that. 250 teachers responded and participated in 3 different focus groups, about 85 to 88 folks per group. From that 250 focus group, we broke it down into about 25 individual teachers that represent each building across all grade levels into a working group. and we're presently scheduling the working group so that we can vet a lot of the information that we still need to process through this group and still have a way to feed back to the larger group. So not to be exclusive, but to get a working group together so that we can move forward and process the work in a timely manner. We continue to reach out and communicate with our parents. We have a parent working group approximately the same size, about 21 families that have volunteered to participate in our parent working group. Again, we will have them vet things. We've had conversations as well as we think about our teacher working group, getting smaller numbers of members of those groups to come in, sample the face shields, try out the face masks, get a feel for what health and safety protocols we are developing so that as we begin to move our students back into the classroom in the buildings, we absolutely have some firsthand direct feedback on the PPE that we are purchasing and hoping to acquire as we go forward. Our collective bargaining groups, we continue to include them in the communication loop. We've hosted them initially and we intend to host them again. Now that the decision has been made to go virtually so that they are able to communicate clear and accurate messaging to all of their constituents, and then our community partners as well. And as I may have said on the previous slide, it's late, I'm sorry. We will convene our community partners at the end of this month as well. A data point that we shared with you when we were before you in June, we shared survey information on the question asked very clearly and directly to our families. Do you feel comfortable sending your student to school? When we initially called, if you will, some of the data back in June, we had almost an even split with 55% of the families that responded at that time responding that no, they weren't comfortable, and about 45% responding that they were. Fast forward to today's date, and as I believe one of our board members had surmised or theorized that the responses would have changed, we see now that a lot of our parents have shifted, or a percentage of our parents have shifted to no longer being comfortable sending their students to school. And so we wanted to share that to show you that we continue to monitor this data, and as the data trends shift, we will continue to report back out to our school board of directors and our community. With regard to our outreach to our staff through our survey, we had approximately 1,400 staff members complete the survey, the largest group being our teachers. About 1,018 of our teachers completed the survey, 151 paraprofessionals, 82 clerical IT employees, 72 administrators, 47 food service workers, 12 facilities staff, and 19 nurses or health room assistants. And overall, as we heard earlier, our staff wants to come back to the building. They absolutely want to come back into the building. One of our AEA members spoke earlier about this desire and willingness to be back. However, when you cross-check or crosswalk the family survey data with the staff data, both populations have the same concern. And the top response for what are you most concerned about, whether it be our staff members and all of those diverse employee groups that I just mentioned, or our families, the common thread is that everyone's afraid, as we all are, and concerned about health and safety protocols being followed. And as a district, that is absolutely a challenge for us. Not that we are not willing, but as we've heard, gaps in supply chains, making sure that there's extra staff there, ramping up cleaning, all of those will be done to the best of our ability, but we have to be honest and acknowledge that they do present a challenge for us. And as we work toward that, we have this time now while we begin our school year with the virtual learning experience. And so we wanted to share that. All of the information that I've mentioned, we process that not only through our weekly meetings, but also internal and external meetings, internal communication updates, large focus groups, and smaller working groups. So we take those informational sources and we keep them in the cycle or the communication flow, if you will, so that as information is being disseminated to us from all of those different levels, federal, state, and local, we have a continuous cycle of communication, making sure that we're all well informed and operating from the same point of reference and information. Out of all of those meetings, all of those stakeholder groups, review of survey data, we are beginning to develop a how-to book, if you will, so that when we come back, our staff, our families, our students will be guided through district protocols, procedures, and guidance documents that speak exactly to all of these areas that are listed here. We're developing health and hygiene protocols with our local health partners. We're working with educational technology experts in the field to develop robust virtual and hybrid instructional models. And if I may, I'd like to say that we understand that there was a number of challenges during the long-term closure period. That was a stopgap plan, an emergency plan. We were guided by PDE, and we worked as best we could to pivot and shift 17,000 students from a classroom within a 2-week to 4-week time period to online learning. This, what we are proposing and explaining to you tonight, is not that. We are talking about maintaining high quality instruction and developing robust instructional models so that our students, some of the most vulnerable in the Commonwealth, have uninterrupted access and opportunity to pursue and receive high quality instruction. We're working to develop building and classroom readiness criteria. So again, understanding that on both sides, our families and our staffs, we're all concerned about health and safety protocols being adhered to and being followed. So we want to make sure that we have the PPE. We want to make sure that we have enough disinfectant. We know what it takes to provide hand sanitizer for a year, and it's pretty expensive. And you can ask Jen Ramos, as she's learned a whole lot about the pricing of hand sanitizer in the supply chain. We're looking at staff training, not just to support our instructional models, but also to support these health and hygiene protocols. What does that look like by role at the classroom, building, and district level? We're looking at student scheduling. So yes, we understand that we have a responsibility to make sure that our students are engaged in live interaction and robust learning experience, whether they are virtual and online or face-to-face in the classroom, which ultimately we will bring students back to the classroom at a point in time. We're looking at the effective use of technology. How do we upgrade and maintain our devices to ensure that all students and staff have the access that they need to be successful within the virtual campus? Resource allocation. A number of funding sources have become available to school districts to support the transition. But how do we do that? Utilizing good stewardship, but also making sure that we provide what we need to provide to our staff and our students so that we're all able to be successful in this virtual environment. Meal distribution, which must continue even if we are beginning the school year virtual in a virtual environment. So making sure that we're able to provide meals, making sure that we're strategically and intentionally identifying feeding sites and watching the data on who's frequenting each feeding site, just as we did during the long-term closure. And lastly, but perhaps most challenging, making sure that we're getting in queue, if you will, to acquire PPE, and also teasing through different recommendations for different types of PPE. So that's what we've been doing, and that's where we are, and we're building a compendium of protocols, procedures, and guidance documents, if you will, that will begin to populate on our website and be shared out with our community. Here's the...
Can you explain what PPE is, please?
So I don't... Personal protective something with the E, but basically it's the mask, the face shield, the gloves.
Equipment. It's personal protective equipment.
Thank you. Acronyms sometimes. And so if I could, I would say that to date, the district has acquired approximately 20,000 reusable masks. Our director of facilities has worked diligently to develop sanitization cycles with an outside vendor for those masks. So when our students and staff do return, they have those. We have acquired a number of face shields to provide to our teachers and other employees employees based on their position and roles. And those are just a few examples, but understand that we are in the supply chain, in the game, if you will, to make sure that we acquire all of the appropriate PPE so that when our staff return to the buildings, they're able to feel safe and protected and valued in the workplace.
So Dr. Brown, if I can add just another example here that is one that's really important. Even when you think about water, when staff and students return to buildings, we know that kids go to water fountains and they go to water fountains all day. They touch them, they use them because that's what they're there for. We have older buildings that just have fountains. When our children do return to school, the expectation will be that we'll provide water bottles and they can bring water bottles from home. But we're also going to have to address the way fountains are used in the buildings. And we're investigating providing the bottle filling stations in our buildings so that we can mitigate the use of water fountains. So without question, to Dr. Brown's messaging, there are a number of things that are happening to address the physical safety needs and PPE needs of our buildings. And yet another reason to ensure that it's not a swift decision to put kids back into schools. The additional time to have all of those things in place effectively with staff trained to use them, I think is critical and a right decision for our district and the one that I think many of the large urban districts are making across the nation.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Parker. Additionally, the Department of Education set forth a number of conditions that LEAs should consider for reopening schools, and 5 of those are listed here. And I won't read them. What I would like to do is tag in my colleague, Vicki Chrysler from the Allentown Health Department. I believe she's on.
I'm here.
Hi, Vicki.
Hi, Vicki.
Hi.
Thank you. We invited Vicki to come on and just give just an overview of where we are as a community with COVID-19 and how those triggers or indicators, if you will, can impact the reopening of schools for an LEA.
Basically, I don't envy anyone in the position you're all in to determine whether we are in a best place to go to school or to stay home from school. But I can tell you, I can speak to the 5 little blocks that are up on this screen. I'd like to start with decrease in the number of new community cases. Although we are in a better place than we were 2 months ago, we're not in a good place. We are still seeing positivity. We are basically, I think the easiest way I can put this is that we have not yet learned to live with this virus. It's inevitable that we will have to learn to live with this virus, but I don't think that our community is there yet. We've opened daycare centers and we've had outbreaks. We've opened restaurants and we've opened bars and public activities to an extent, although limited, and we've had outbreaks. Our case count is relatively low compared to where it was, but what we're finding is that each of the cases that we do have tend to have higher and higher numbers of contacts. So the decrease in number of new cases is there, but we know that we have circulating virus. The availability of testing is limited. It's limited nationwide. As much as you hear that there are testing sites available, there are still serious shortages of the mediums necessary to do the tests. And now that other parts of the state and other parts of the country have increased in caseload, the labs are jammed and the tests take longer and longer to come back. What that translates into for all of you is that if a child or a teacher tests positive, it may take a much, much longer period of time until we know that that individual is positive, meaning that there will be a lot of isolation and a lot of quarantine and a lot of waiting and a lot of anxiety. I wish I had positive news about the availability of testing, but I don't. We are optimistic that the state is opening the Walmart in Whitehall. starting August the 5th for daily testing from 7 to 9 as a drive-through. That will be affordable. It will be difficult still for some of our families to get there, but we do not have widespread testing. The robust surveillance and monitoring infrastructure, we're doing the best we can in the city of Allentown, but we have to face the reality that we live in Pennsylvania, and Pennsylvania has an extremely fragmented public health system. We saw that in the beginning of the school year when teachers were exposed or students were exposed, and test results went to the health departments where they lived, not in the health departments where they worked. And information was tough to come by. And there was a lot of very early morning anxiety and a lot of late at night still anxiety because we could not track down timely information. So although we've come a long way since then, it's far from a perfect system. Adequate healthcare capacity. Right now, we have more than adequate healthcare capacity. We're extremely fortunate that we have two large, well-trained, robust hospital networks. However, we saw very quickly at the onset of this that the influx of residents from other states, as well as high morbidity, we had, it walloped right out of the gate. So we got very close to needing to open satellite healthcare capacity units. That relies on additional staffing, that relies on additional PPE, personal protective equipment. We're fortunate, but we were also very, very nervous if the case count kept going, that we'd be in trouble. The sufficient supply of personal protective materials. I sincerely hope that the school district has been proactive on this. I think that this virus is going to be around for quite some time. Even if we get a vaccine, it's going to take a long time to deliver that vaccine. So the amount of masks and hand sanitizer we're all still seeing in those grocery stores, the fact that certain items are still limited, we can blow through that material very, very quickly. And when you're dealing with children, you'll go through that material even faster than you will in a corporate world or out in the community. I'm more than happy to answer any questions. And anyone can always email me or call me if they have further questions that we can't answer tonight. But basically, that's just a short summary on each of those 5 blocks.
So I think any questions from the board, because I don't think Vicky's going to be able to hang out with us. So if you do have questions now, we'll pause and let that go now.
I don't have a question. I just want to thank you, Vicky. I know that you have been leading the charge with all of this in the city of Allentown and beyond. And I just want to thank you for taking the time to be with us tonight and, giving us a broader picture of all of this.
Well, you're more than welcome, Tiffany. Thank you. And thank you for your patience when we were all muddling through the beginning of this together.
Great. Thank you, Vicky. We really appreciate your knowledge and expertise. Thank you.
No
Thank
problem.
you, Vicky.
So to move back to the guidance that supported this decision, PDE, after having identified those indicators that LEAs should be cognizant of, developed a phased reopening plan that LEAs were advised to base on public health indicators. So here we have a graphic depiction of what that phased reopening plan means for PDE and how they've guided districts to develop their plans to adhere to it. So there are 3 phases: red, yellow, and green. During the red phase, which is where we were during the long-term closure, you can see the provisions set forth there by PDE. The yellow phase is listed here, and some of the takeaways here are the idea that teleworking should continue, limited in-person instruction should adhere to social distance guidelines, and then our pandemic team and coordinator should continue to monitor those public health indicators that the Allentown Health Department Director just reviewed with us. The green phase is where we kind of are now, and I say kind of simply because we're all aware of Governor Wolf's recent modification to the green phase, if you will, where he's closed down some large gathering spaces, restaurants and bars. But here we see that within the green period, the recommendation from the State Department of Education is that instruction may more fully resume in person. So too can other routine operations. However, there's still restriction on large gatherings, and the recommendation is that the local school districts continue to monitor public health indicators. And so as a working group and as a district team, we always operated and moved forward with the development of 2 instructional plans, understanding that we'd have to be able to pivot regardless of if we started the school year virtually or if we had to shut down suddenly during the school year. So later you'll hear more about the recommended and proposed blended and hybrid instructional models. However, logistically, much won't change except for the numbers of students that we would allow and staff that we would allow to return to our buildings. Here is a link, and we'll share this PowerPoint out with our community and our staff, but the public indicators here are linked so that you can get an idea of what we're looking at as we monitor the situation here in Lehigh County. And I'm laughing because I know that Mr. Parker used to say that this was a very scary picture of the COVID virus there. And I'm seeing an unsupported browser. So I'm going to close out of this and offer that you all have this as a reference document or a reference link that you can view later. But know that they are government websites that give daily ticker numbers, if you will, that reflect and depict the number of cases, the number of hospitalizations, mortality or morbidity rates for us, and we'll be monitoring that as we continue to develop and make plans for reopening our schools. So I believe here's where I will hand it back over to you, Mr. Parker, to introduce our virtual campus.
So thank you, Dr. Brown. And again, thank you to Vicki for coming on. The Allentown Health Department, in addition to St. Luke's and LVHN, but our health department here locally in Allentown has absolutely been a stalwart side-by-side partner in this work. So give them all the kudos and high five, socially distanced high fives you can. So we're introducing our K-12 virtual campus. We started last year actually expanding our virtual academy under Mr. Sang's leadership. And this gives us an opportunity to take the expansion of our virtual academy and really ramp it up to a full K-12 ASD virtual campus that will encompass all students in the district. However, there are some core principles upon which we build our virtual campus that are the same that we would do in our hybrid model. This is the way that we're approaching providing educational resources for the students that we serve today. At the core is communication, and that's going to really drive and connect the 4 cornerstones of our work. First and foremost, whether we're in a blended hybrid model or in the virtual campus, our goal is to have high quality instruction for all. Without question, if you go back to our strategic framework, one of the pinnacles of our district is ensuring that we can provide a high quality instructional environment. Connected to that is family engagement. So how do we ensure that as we're providing this high quality instructional environment, we're engaging in two-way engagement where we're listening to them and then we're providing information to them for all of the families that we serve in the district, whether that's through our website and our Let's Talk or, you know, some level of virtual meetings and device distribution conversations with families. How do we engage and ensure that our families have the ability to input into the plan and B, have the ability to know clearly and understand what we're proposing to do for the opening of schools for next year. The next piece of that as a core principle is flexibility. Without question, from day one, we understood that we needed to have kind of two plans to operate. Plan A is if we're in a hybrid model and there were a smaller number of students in classrooms, socially distanced, 6 feet apart, 16 students to a classroom, what would that look like in our buildings and how would we implement instruction in that environment? But also at any time, even if we were to return to school, and I think Vicki said it better than anyone, we're in a better place, but not in a good place as a city. And again, Allentown's decision may not be another place's decision based on the community spread that exists in that area. But for us, we needed to be able to be flexible at a moment's notice to be able to transition into a virtual environment and not have students have a disruption in learning. So we're building the plan with flexibility so that as students kind of exist in the online virtual campus space, it was synchronous with the environment that they were having in the traditional classroom, so that we would be able and we would be flexibly able to kind of maneuver back and forth at times during the school year as necessary. And then I saved this one for last, but it's actually the first. Health and safety is important. We have to provide high quality instruction, engage our communities, and be flexible. But first and foremost, all of those things happen around our core responsibility to ensure that every child that comes into an Allentown School District building has the most safe and healthy environment that we can possibly provide. And with that as a core, thus the recommendation to begin our year in the virtual format, the creation of the virtual campus as an expansion of our virtual offering. This will be not just virtual teachers. This will be our ASD teachers, every school in the district, engaging our children in a high quality learning environment. This will not be the way we ended the year, where students were primarily online and then checked in with teachers. This will be a high quality, highly engaging learning environment for all students in the district. Oh, I get to do another slide. So connected to our K-12 virtual campus, and I heard a couple of questions about this before, Wi-Fi access. We've been engaging in a number of conversations with members of our community around addressing the digital divide and ensuring that we can create access from a device standpoint as well as a Wi-Fi standpoint for our students. The bottom line is the district will have the responsibility, and be really clear, we have the responsibility. If we are transitioning into a virtual environment, we will ensure that every student has a device that needs a device, and every student has access that needs access. Beginning Monday, we're going to reopen our virtual registration. We already have about 3,000 parents that have signed up for virtual registration already as we were processing, going through the two different routes. So we have 3,000 parents that have already signed up through the virtual registration. We're going to have our schools work with our parents. I heard a staff member on earlier speaking about a concern with employment. Well, we have work to do. Even in the virtual environment, we still have work to do as staff members. All of those members of our community can be working to engage our parents, because we want every parent to sign up for the virtual registration, because within the virtual registration, it lets us know, again, which families need devices and which families need Wi-Fi access. When we originally began this process back in April, we conducted some surveys and we had some really good information that we partnered with the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission on identifying the areas that were most needy with hotspots. So we still have that information, but we know conditions change. Over the past few months, families may have moved and now have or don't have access in their new home. We have families whose financial positions may have changed and they had Wi-Fi access and now no longer have it. So having every parent register in the virtual registration allows us to know within a week's time, if we can get every parent to register, we'll know exactly who needs access, and the district will provide access for all of the students that need it. In the first iteration of our online learning environment, we had a dynamic donation from the Century Fund, who provided Wi-Fi access in partnership with our ASDF, our Allentown School District Foundation. And we were able to purchase 1,000 Wi-Fi hotspots that we were able to share with families so that students can have access no matter where they are. We still have some of those access points available. Some of them are with children. We have some more available, and we will provide additional Wi-Fi for the students that need it. As well, we have a number of Chromebooks that are still available in the district. We have a number of families that were able to retrieve their devices in the first round of online instruction. Any parents that were not able to retrieve devices at that point for whatever reason, those devices are still there and available. We have enough devices to ensure that our children have devices that need them. If for some reason we end up short in a school, we'll be able to provide additional devices. We want every child and every parent to have full access to instruction. Barrier-free access to high-quality instruction is absolutely the cornerstone upon which we're building the ASD virtual campus.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. As we round out our conversation on virtual campus, it's important that we also underline and underscore the idea and notion that there will be orientation and support for all. As Mr. Parker mentioned, as I've mentioned in the past, this is not the emergency stopgap plan that we implemented during our long-term closure. This is developing into a robust, high-quality option for our students and our staff. So in that vein, what we'll share here is the framework for how we intend to orientate and support three critical stakeholder groups that are absolutely going to have to be in authentic partnership as we transition into this virtual campus. First and foremost, our academic team is hard at work day and night, even well into the evening last night, working with our educational technology and platform providers, Edgenuity and Accelerate, to make sure that this is not going to be a sit and get, make sure the kids our students log into Edgenuity and Accelerate. We will make sure that we're able to develop our own version of virtual teaching and learning that supports those key pillars that Mr. Parker mentioned. So we're beginning that work, and later on you will hear some conversation between ourselves and a partner in this work with us, Ed Elements. We will work to build capacity of our principals. We've assessed our principals on professional development offerings. We are scheduled to launch those professional development offerings that will support their leadership within this virtual campus beginning next week. And we will continue to provide ongoing professional development, mainly not just supporting them with the instructional leadership piece, but also how to lead during times of uncertainty, how to be able to pivot and be responsive as we navigate through an epic pandemic, if you will. Our teachers, we have the same plans in place for our teachers. We are rolling out professional offering training options so that we can hear their feedback and hear what they think and what they need to make our teachers feel comfortable as they launch and support us in this virtual campus environment as well. Again, we want to make sure that they're equipped with all that they need to be equipped with to lead instruction in the classroom. And then our families, we heard far too often, even before tonight's meeting, and I can tell you as a parent that had a college freshman and a high school junior, and yes, they're in high school, but they still struggled and had their challenges with learning from home and finding space and getting them used to routines. How do we support our families in a very authentic and meaningful way as they begin to shift into this new normal, which will begin opening of schools virtually? So we want to make sure that our families are equipped, and we want to make sure that we best utilize our time from now until September 1 when our teachers come back and September 8th when our students come back virtually, and get everyone on the same board and operating from a comfortable place that will launch us forward as we engage in our virtual campus. So I'm going to pause here because the rest of our presentation speaks to the next item, and I don't know, Mrs. Brace or Mr. Parker, how you would like to transition into the next item, the Ed Elements contract.
I'll continue, and then when we get to the contract, the contacts will already be there.
Okay, great. So, building off of the conversation we just sort of transitioned out of about professional development, our academic team and some members of that team will speak to the preliminary learning models that are being developed for our students. When we were before our community and our school board of directors last, we talked about how we were defining these types of virtual learning. So here again is a repeat, if you will, of the slides that delineated or first introduced to some and delineated between a synchronous learning environment and an asynchronous learning environment. I won't read all of this, but we talked about the synchronous learning environment being teacher-led, asynchronous being student-led, and really seeking to marry that as we build out a robust virtual learning experience. So I will ask that our Director of Literacy and STEM tag in, if you will, to support the discussion of how they have built out the rotational model to support our blended learning in our virtual classroom.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Good evening. So as we take a look, this is, if you can imagine, our attempt to make any return to our classrooms to have as minimal of a disruption to the learning from virtual to back to the classroom as possible. As such, we've identified using or continuing to use the resources of Edgenuity, Accelerate, and Unique as our core instructional curriculum. As part of that, students will engage in the classroom in units of study on the computer in our core courses of study: English, social studies, math, and science. Teachers, Teachers will also have opportunities to meet with their students face-to-face, where they'll support more of the individual needs that students have. And students will also have opportunities to engage in independent work as they move to demonstrate their performance mastery. In looking at Edgenuity and Accelerate and Unique will allow us to continue to meet Pennsylvania standards. And again, we have that goal of that students will engage in about 30 minutes of online instruction through those programs. In addition to the 30 minutes that they receive there, they'll also have time again with that teacher support. And this teacher support, we're really looking to have it be very much differentiated and designed to meet the needs of our students As such, we'll really be relying on teachers to use their data from unit assessments, performance-based assessments, and benchmark assessments. And we're really looking to build out our opportunities for students to engage in performance-based assessments or tasks so that we know that we're getting a true picture of student mastery and that we're meeting the needs of all learners. Part of that will also be our teachers being very focused on using research-based accommodations and strategies as part of the scaffolds to meet the needs of our students who are language learners and special ed students. We also want to encourage our students to engage in conferencing periodically with their teachers so that we really drive that student accountability, because one thing that we've been hearing is that we need to be able to teach our students how to manage their time, how to monitor their success and progress within their courses. So we want that to be a part of this time as well.
And if I could add, this isn't something that we intend to do to teachers. We have identified a number of teachers that will help us build this work out so that it absolutely has teacher voice and footprint, if you will, on the work.
Yes, absolutely. So that work that Dr. Brown just mentioned with the support from the teachers is also so that we can provide, again, an expanded opportunity for independent learning or independently driven tasks that students can engage in so that they can continue their education to learn through the tasks that they do, but also so that those tasks can then be demonstration of their mastery of the instruction that they just received. So we're looking for those tasks to be standards-based, but also to be very relevant and focus in on college and career readiness skills, because we think that's an important component to make sure that we continue to address. And in that, when we're back in the classroom, students will have opportunities to be working individually through those tasks, or they may work in small socially distanced groups with their peers using rubrics and other documents that can help support and drive that work that they do.
And one of the other pieces we'll add here is this whole notion of virtual small groups and breakout spaces. Our partner will speak later about how they'll support us with developing training for our teachers to be effective in that way, and also for our parents and students to be able to navigate small groups virtually.
And as additional supports, we're looking to clearly identify supplements that we can have to the core instruction that we just spoke about. It's very important for us to continue with our offerings of interventions and enrichment so that we can both remediate where necessary, but also to provide some of those advanced opportunities for our learners who move rather quickly through core curriculum or require it through a GIEP. And as such, we've listed some of our interventions and our enrichments, but we continue to work to identify interventions that can be used and sustained both in an in-person model and successfully virtually. And we continue to be in contact with our gifted facilitators so that we provide the right approach and materials there as necessary. And we also want to make sure that our teachers understand the supplemental resources that they can pull from or do have at their disposal that can help support them in this process. We've been listening to our stakeholders, we hear everyone, and we're doing our best to make sure that we have the supports in place so that we can get a very different experience than what was in the spring, to echo Mr. Parker. But we want to make sure that we do it in a way that we also know what's going on and we know our offerings, and that if there are any holes, we can fill them ahead of time.
What is, everybody knows what the IEP is, but what is GIAP? What does that mean?
It's the Gifted Individualized Education Plan.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask IT to pull up the presentation. I lost my connection on my other device. My apologies. Thank you. Are you able to advance the slides, Jen?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Slide 27, Jose, perhaps? There you go.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. I'll take the other side. So when we've been working through the possibilities for virtual campus, while we understand that there is definitely a need for synchronous learning and connecting our students with teachers and getting them back into the classroom and having that FaceTime instruction, we also understand that there is a need for asynchronous learning for our students as well. So you're going to see some of the same aspects built into asynchronous. And in asynchronous learning, as we learned earlier, this is the learning that involves the students engaging in their learning through resources and materials that the teachers are providing and that the student may be completing independently. So you'll see in the core is still going to be Edgenuity Accelerate and Unique. We need to ensure that we've got a consistent core curriculum across all content areas for students, whether they're in the classroom or out of the classroom. So that was a very important part of a component of this process. The second part of it is the flexibility and support. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But basically, the teachers need to use time throughout the day to support the students in those small group instruction, Zoom, Google Classroom Meets that Dr. Brown was talking about earlier as well. And then we also have independent time worked in where we are working on those performance mastery targets where students have the ability to choose those activities to show mastery towards PA core standards. You can go to the next slide, Jose. So here again is just to repeat, the core instruction is Edgenuity Accelerate. That's our PA core, Common Core Standards aligned instruction for the continuity across all, whether we're in the classroom or out of the classroom. Next slide. So this is where it kind of gets into a little bit of a differentiation situation for virtual, because now we have the ability for teachers to be very flexible in their support to students, using research-based accommodations and strategies to scaffold learning opportunities for students to meet their needs of all students, ELs, special ed students, and all of those through small group targeted instruction, where they're actually digging into what are the needs of the students. Through this process, teachers can track students' progress through Edgenuity Accelerate, use data that they have from their benchmarks and things like that, that we're providing more and more data to support students, and then actually be able to support IEP students as well. Will be given through the virtual atmosphere by providing specially designed instruction with collaboration with the regular ed and the related service providers. Next slide. So here's where the student-driven independent learning comes into play, because students now have the opportunity, as before, to self-select performance-based tasks to demonstrate their mastery. And we will have, those are the teacher working groups that we're working to design these performance-based tasks and actually be able to provide rubrics and support documents to guide student work as they're working independently through the process. For independent opportunities for special ed students, we will be working independently, demonstrating mastery through meeting IEP goals, which is very specific to a student's IEP. And the next slide is going to be very similar, because the supplements that we provide as the district, we want to ensure that it's, again, consistent across all levels and ensure that students are being provided with supplements within their instruction whether it's interventions, enrichments, and supplemental resources that we can offer through programming that we have within Google Classroom and other supports as well.
So can I add a little bit there before you move forward, Dr. Brown and Brandy? One of the, I think the biggest issues that we heard out of round one of virtual learning that we're addressing in the virtual campus really is around engagement and attendance with students. We know that we're still waiting for some guidance from PDE in terms of attendance and what that flexibility and the rules and all will be for the upcoming school year. However, as we build this plan out, it is with the expectation that our staff, our teachers are monitoring attendance in our virtual classrooms on a daily and consistent basis. We know that part of anytime, anywhere learning is the flexibility for kids to do it in the morning, do it in the evening, and that flexibility will definitely be built into the model. However, we also need to monitor some level of engaged consistency for students with signing into the Edgenuity and doing whatever the assignment pieces are there, but then also those daily consistent lesson check-in with the teacher. The teachers will have flexibility to still instruct, but we're going to also do some work to ensure that we're aligning some attendance expectations with kids as well.
Great. So as we bring this conversation to a close, we wanted to conclude the way that we did when we were before you last month. We want to identify our next steps. During this meeting, we will launch our virtual campus communication plan. Initially, the announcement was made yesterday, and to the right, there's a small snapshot of a quick facts sheet that we are developing in collaboration, not just internally with our academic department, but we are gifted some pro bono communication support from a partner in the state, I guess, the Donovan Communication Group. Kudos to them for supporting us free of charge. Based on the crisis that we find ourselves in and their willingness to support certain LEAs through crisis communications. And so they consider this to be just that, a communications crisis project. So they have developed a very comprehensive communication plan, which again, started yesterday with the release of the presser, and we'll continue tonight with our communications department disseminating the quick fact sheet there that you see. As our families register for our virtual campus, they will receive a welcome to virtual campus confirmation postcard that will effectively allow them to move through the registration process, which, as Mr. Parker spoke to, includes the confirmation that they have a device and Wi-Fi, but also if there are any other additional supports they may need. For example, our students that are registered for AP courses, any additional textbooks that may need to be shipped to their homes. There will be a process mapped out on the website that is still under the web page that is under development for our families to complete that upon their registration. So stay tuned and look forward for a lot of that different messaging to be pushed out. We will continue to monitor our family survey. I believe our latest count of responses was somewhere around to the school year and into our reopening phase. We will reopen our virtual learning registration on Monday, the 27th. We will finalize building level plans, and we will also conduct our building level readiness visits the more we receive our PPE and develop those protocols. We'll continue the professional development opportunities. And I think I skipped one. We'll continue our meetings and focus groups and working groups, as we said. And then lastly, we will submit our final plans based on the PDE phased reopening of red, yellow, and green guidance. We will submit that early August to PDE to ensure that we are in compliance. So that concludes our opening of schools presentation. Thank you, and we are available for questions.
Ms. Johnson-Watts, I see that you have your hand raised.
Yes. Question regarding the, I guess you could say, the interaction of this program. I'm assuming it is. It's a. Would you refer to it as a program, or computer software, or
the Edgenuity, the platform?
Is that what we just saw? That was Edgenuity?
No.
Well, the presentation that we just saw was of activities done by what software?
What you just saw was a combination of what the instructional design, I guess, would be, which would include the educational platforms, but will also include a teacher traditional sort of approach to teaching and learning in the virtual classroom. So what you saw was the rotational model initially that Mrs. Bryan spoke to, and then the independent student piece that's being built out to mirror that with the student at the center.
So this is something that is being created at the district, or that Education Elements is creating? How I'm just trying
We
to
are
understand.
creating it collaboratively. However, we are building out internally with our district staff, our academic team, what we know our students need based on the curriculum that we have existing in place. And we are partnering with Ed Elements to take it to that virtual environment and to tweak it in a way that it could be navigated seamlessly, whether our students are participating in the virtual campus and when they re-enter our schools face-to-face in the future. Does that help?
Yes, so I have a series of questions, so bear with me, because I need for this to come off the paper into reality, just to be comfortable with what we're about to decide on. So this Education Elements, they're creating proprietary software, or?
No, they're not creating any software. They're helping to design and develop the professional development offerings for our teachers based on what we need and what we've shared with you, and based on some of the training products and services that they offer as well. And we have a representative from Ed Elements on, Justin De Leon. So feel free to jump in, Justin, if you'd like.
That would be great, because what I'm trying to find out is, as we go from this premise to the actual implementation, are there other pieces that we are going to have to employ that are not discussed at this point? I guess that's what my question is.
Can you give an oh, go ahead, Mr.
I think I can answer that question before Justin comes in. So I think the answer to that is yes, because we're going to have to talk about the online platforms. We're using Google Classroom, we're using Zoom, we're using proposing to use Edgenuity and not Odyssey. What's the other one? Accelerate. So I think there are some more platform conversations that are going to be coming within the next month, because we're going to need those platforms to be able to provide the instruction for kids in that environment. I think when you wrap all of those pieces together, Education Elements kind of helps the district connect all of those pieces at a really high level to best meet the needs of kids. I think we processed through in the fall, in the spring rather, in a significant way. Now we have the opportunity to actually plan, organize, develop, and implement with district leadership and school teacher leadership in the room as well. But yes, there are definitely going to be some additional resources and platforms that we're going to be discussing coming in next month, because that's going to be a part of the environment.
Okay, so expect to hear more requests for approval.
Absolutely.
And then my other question is, this organization, Education Elements, will they be focused on simplification for the child, whatever this whole network or system of activities is going to become in order to deliver all of this? I just, one of the things that has come up is the simplicity side. The children, it's wonderful that we want to bring this all to them, but then it's, was I on this? Oh, I was supposed to be on that, and that type of end user concern is what I have.
Right.
Yeah, if I may. Hi, good evening, everybody. I'm Justin DeLeon. I work with Education Elements. Thank you for including me tonight. To answer your question, if Mr. Parker had mentioned, and Dr. Brown had mentioned earlier, how the initial jump, an unexpected jump to virtual learning came about obviously very suddenly. And there was no playbook or no precedent for what that looked like, right? Now we have more cycles and time to think about it. In the same way that your best teachers and your teachers think about how they scaffold instruction and the learning experience for their students, think of our role as Education Elements as scaffolding the teaching experience in this virtual and hybrid world by creating a playbook. So that might include something like, what does a day in the life as a teacher look like? What do I need to think about, and what questions do I have to ask and answer while I'm planning? Picking up on some of the things that Ms. Bryan and Ms. Sawyer had shared in the model, right, with the 3 different aspects of the model. And so our specialization and our focus is kind of helping to architect what does that experience look like for teachers and making it easier for them as the end user so that it can be easier and clear for students and their families. So very high level, and I can get into more detail if that's helpful, but that's just an initial description of how we hope to help.
I definitely see the need to make it simple for teachers because there's a lot going on in the course of the day. I just want to emphasize that we want to make sure that it's simple for children as well and their parents, because that's something that's come up. Okay, and then the other thing is, can we come up with a matching phrase for synchronous and asynchronous that's a little bit more accessible to all of our community, so that if we're out and about, we can use that terminology in addition to asynchronous and synchronous?
Yeah, I think that's something that we can certainly help to figure out and just make clear the terminology that we're using so that there's a very simple shared understanding of what you're doing with the teacher, what you're doing in the building, what you might be doing at home, right? And what you might be doing on your own as an independent learner.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions from board members? I don't see any others. Is there anything that needs to be presented, Mr. Parker, for the handbook? You're muted.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, we have Ms. Pollock, and where are you?
I'm here. Good evening. There is a document that you can share.
Who's document sharing? Tiffany, can you get us rolling while they pull the document up?
Sure. So I'd like to request the board's approval of Allentown School District's Parent and Student District Handbook for the 2020-2021 school year. And this is an update of our current handbook for this upcoming school year. The handbook provides families and students with an understanding of district guidelines, important information, and expectations related to behavior in order to support a safe and nurturing learning and teaching environment. The cost is $13,000. The source of funds is from the general fund, and it is accounted for in the current budget. So stakeholder groups met to review our current handbook, policies, procedures, data, and areas of concern to make recommendations. So now I will read through the recommended changes. So one of the first changes is to the name of the handbook, to change it from Student and Parent Handbook to Student and Family Handbook. On the inside cover there, the pictures will be updated and the calendar dates will be replaced. There will be an update to the Parent Guardian Pledge form to include a reference to the attendance policy. The Superintendent and Board President welcome letter will be updated, and also the Board of School Directors list. On page 5, there'll be updated attendance language to reflect the new PA compulsory attendance law that covers ages 6 to 18. On page 6, there will be a revision to the emergency notification information. On page 7, the key contacts will be revised, and the following programs there will be added for Virtual Academy, GAIN, Alt-Ed, and Hub. On the key contacts page, FACE will be added, the Lehigh Valley Health Network Sheridan Clinic, and Cleveland and McKinley will be removed, and the new elementary school will be added. On page 9, under student responsibilities, we'll remove hard copy as available at each school, add cyber online to bullet 2 under be respectful, remove the phrase with all laws from bullet 6 under be responsible, and the SAP description will be revised to include that referrals can be made by staff, students, and family. On page 10, under the attendance health section, revise bullet 3 to read, send an assigned excuse note within 3 days of your child's return to school. The policy number will be changed to number 204 from when the policy was updated a few months ago. The attendance policy pages will be referenced, and we'll be adding, including daycare at least 30 minutes prior to dismissal, to the dismissal procedure change, which is the last bullet. And under personal responsibilities, remove the bold font from bullets 1 through 3 under the personal responsibilities section. On page 11, remove especially from bullet 1 and remove bullet 2 under teach your child respect for the law. Under the faculty and staff responsibilities, remove the PATHS program from bullet 3. On page 12, under administrator responsibilities, The name of the handbook will be changed if that's approved to that family and student handbook. Under the PBIS section, we'll add the phrase of intervention and, so it'll read a positive behavioral intervention and support system. Update the restorative practices section from begin to continue and delete during the 1920 school year, and add the entire phrase of RP, change it to restorative practices. On page 13, under the level 1 teacher enforced restorative actions for classroom disruption, change the word chronic to repeated lateness to class, and add let's talk to the bottom of the page. On page 14, level 2 administrator enforced restorative actions for minor offenses, add SAP referral to level 2 actions, change the word chronic to repeated lateness to class, and again, add let's talk. That option of let's talk is on our district website at the bottom of the page. On page 15, for level 3 administrative team enforced restorative actions for major school offenses, add a consequence at the administrator's discretion. Change that typo there from ATS to ATS, the all capital. Add progressive system of consequences after the 1355 in bullets 1 and 2. And again, add or enter it into let's talk on our district website to the last bullet on the bottom of the page. On page 16 for level 4, administrator enforced consequences for expellable offenses, remove terroristic threat, and again, add the let's talk on the district website to the bottom of the page. On the next few pages are the uniform guidelines, and the wording will be simplified to mirror the uniform communication that's sent to families. So on page 18, leggings and joggers will be added to the bottom's guidelines. It describes them, but just doesn't have that wording. On page 19, there is a button color requirement that will be removed. On page 20, remove zippers and add no sandals or flip-flops. Page 21, change sock color to any solid color and simplify the jewelry guidelines and add administrative discretion. And add that the ID needs to be visible. Page 22, remove the dress code compliant colors for hairbands. Remove non-prescribed glasses and colored contacts are not permitted. And remove application for assistance and add discuss with building administrator or support staff. Page 23, remove administrative detention and add a consequence at the discretion of administration. And on page 24, add contact your child's school for more information. Student grades are accessible for monitoring through the parent portal to the end of the paragraph under that student information system. On page 26, under attendance, remove a parent must notify the school by telephone. And on page 27, add the phrase under bullying and cyberbullying that students who experience bullying should tell a trusted adult at school and an adult at home as soon as possible. Students and families have the option to complete a bullying report form. Schools and families will work together to address the issue. And then the additional recommended changes are to include a photo refusal form instead of the current photo release, and to make the handbook available electronically in Arabic. Do you have any questions?
Ms. Johnson Watts, I see your hand up.
Yes, two things. One is with that photo refusal form, as opposed to the form that they fill out as a release, will there be notification so that parents understand that that is what they're doing now? Because there are children who are under different types of circumstances where they should not be seen for a number of household personal reasons. And I just wanted to know how that's going to be conveyed, because that's a major shift.
Communicated on the various platforms that we use now, and also with principals through the different parent communication sites that they have at the building level and through school messenger, so that families are aware prior to.
Okay, yeah, because it's, it's a little bit different when we're adults and we opt out of something versus the children knowing to explain to their parents that they have to opt out,
Right.
And the other question I have is this something that will be mailed to each household?
We haven't discussed that. It will be available on the ASB website. I am not sure what the plan is now, depending on.
I'll jump in here. I'd say prior to, the answer would be no, but now that we're in this this COVID environment and a virtual learning, then yeah, we'll have to make this available via mail, and then double down on our efforts to ensure that everyone has it electronically.
Great, and if that is the case, that it is going to be mailed, I'm hoping that we'll keep track of returned mail so that we can get a good sense of how we're doing, because this virus, I don't take for granted people's addresses right now, because people are making a lot of different decisions because of it.
Absolutely.
Ms. Conover, I see your hand is up.
Muted.
Yes, can we go back to 15?
Sure.
What does 15 say?
Which part?
The first one, the first bullet. What does it say?
Add a consequence at the administrator's discretion.
Oh, because I got a different copy. So we did take that other one out.
Yes.
Okay, and then let's go down to 21.
Yes.
Can we take out, I thought that was just going to be any color. I mean, solid, who cares what color the socks are?
And I think there was a sock color expectation, and it's changing to any color.
It says any solid color.
Solid color.
So we should, I don't agree, me personally don't agree with who cares. This is me, a mother now. Who cares what color the sock is? I thought it was going to be any color. I thought it wasn't, because to me, that's like we're reverting back to where we were before. Again, it's given an opportunity to focus on the socks and not on the education piece.
Right.
So then also, that's where I'm at. Now, is it true? I mean, can we safely say that this handbook, are we clearly letting the public know that this is a working document? We're paying, what is it, $13,000? What is it, 13? How much are we paying?
13, you're right, $13,000.
$13,000. So my next question would be, how will these revisions roll out? Is there a cost associated, or is it just going to be a document that's actually given out to the public with the date of the revision? How is that going to be handled? Are we going to have to pay for more revisions? Because I know that we all work really hard on this, and we're still working on it, and we want to make sure that we have something that's different from what we had, something that's more positive going into our school year. But these are a couple questions that came up after I had a couple of naps, woke up, So, what are we going to do?
I'm not sure I understand.
I think I understand the question, Tiffany. I'll jump in here. So one of the things that we discussed was that we know as especially with policy committee, there's this ongoing process to update policies, and a couple of the ones that are in the queue right now, for instance, will affect some of the parent-student handbook information. So as there are kind of minor updates to the plan, we'll be able to do addendum pages and ensure that every student, every parent gets an addendum on the addendum page. If it's a minor edit, if we end up in a space where there's a huge edit to the handbook mid-year, then that's where I'd say we probably circle back and do another version of the handbook for a larger edit. But for the smaller things, we'll do addendum pages and make sure the kids have the addendums.
Yeah, so because what I was thinking, because if we had to do something, even if we had to do something major, because like I said, we're not there yet.
Yeah.
Would we be able to make those changes and make sure that we get that out to the families and the students? And then when next year rolls around, how often do we change these? Do we do these every year?
Every year.
2 years. Every year. So the next year, then we'll have a better, we can put all the revisions in one place. But I just wanted to know if there, because I don't want to, we don't have any more money to spend, but that doesn't mean that we're not going to make the changes as we see fit, because we have a lot of issues on the table that we are working on. So I'm not minimizing the fact that that we are working on them. We are working on them, but we're just not there yet, and we want to put out what we have.
Yeah.
So this is my reason for asking this question.
And then our social media platforms and our website, we're able to put those addendums up there as well, so we can drive attention to those as we make the shifts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments from the board? I don't see any.
Sara,
Yeah. Go ahead, Lisa.
I mean, it might seem minute, but if we could, because I'm gonna vote, but I have a problem with the solid color of the socks. I do.
I mean, I'm with you as a parent too. I went out and bought my kid a whole bunch of socks that now I guess I didn't really have to, because it can be any color. But
right.
Is there a reason that it says solid colors? Can someone in administration say if there's a reason that it's solid color versus somebody being able to wear patterned socks? Or I don't know.
Not that it would potentially be a distraction, and really the elementary schools, they do sock day and things like that. So the ask was for it to go to any solid color instead of patterns, and that was, you know, the parents, I had some parents weigh in, also students and staff, multiple staff members. So
if they have a solid color sock, but it has like the Nike swoosh on it or a symbol on it, does that still count as a solid color sock?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. See, we're giving too much thought to a sock.
Right. Right.
That's exactly where I'm going. I think it just should say, change the sock color. Just leave it alone. It doesn't have. I don't care. I really don't care if they wear socks. But hopefully, if it's cold, they have on socks. I don't think that we should put. It seems like for some spaces we set ourselves up to fail. I would hate to have somebody call me up and tell me, Miss Conover, your child had on mismatched socks or a psychedelic sock. Can we remove that? We see that it's a problem now. I'm saying, can we move that? It sounds like it's small, but it's something that will show up. Trust me.
I'm agreeing with Lisa, because
I'm trying to raise my hand.
Okay, fine.
Here, Mr. Parker.
So my recommendation here on the sock conversation is that we just make the shift to any color socks, and we can revisit it over the next couple of months. And if we see that sock gate is really significant, then we can always reverse stream. If we're going to be virtual in the first 9 weeks anyway, it won't be a huge ordeal, to be honest. But we'll revisit socks mid-year to see if there's a huge issue. I don't think it's a deal breaker.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Parker, because it could be later. we just know how things roll. It could.
I mean, so I say this as a former principal, and kids will do what kids do, and they'll coordinate socks and wear plaid. I mean, kids find ways to do stuff. But I don't think the sock color is an absolute deal breaker. It's something that if we see huge issues, we can address. But you just make the shift to any color socks.
Thank you.
Noted.
I just want to say I agree with Ms. Conover.
All right, so this is just gonna, when we vote on this, it'll just say any sock color, so everybody knows. Was
Thank
there?
you.
Yep. Is there anything else under the superintendent's report that has any presentation, Mr. Parker, or are we good to vote?
Look, we're solid.
Okay. All right. So do I have a motion for the approval of the superintendent report?
I make the motion to approve the superintendent's report.
Okay, Ms. Harris, is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Johnson-Watts, any discussion on the motion?
Yes, I just want to say thank you to the Rotary Club for their contribution to, is that part of this one? I think it is.
Nope, that's finance.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
All right, any other discussion? Seeing and hearing none.
Oh, sorry, Sarah, I was trying to unmute myself. I just wanted to piggyback on the sock gate thing and say that as a parent, I agree. And also just to say that I am voting in the affirmative, but with the understanding that the handbook is a working document, and you know, we have to adjust for virtual accommodations, as well as all of the things that the policy chair or co-chairs talked about at our last meeting.
Okay, thank you. Seeing and hearing no other discussion, please call the roll.
Ms. Vega. Ms. Vega?
Yeah, sorry. Yes.
Ms. Mathison?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Thiel?
Yes.
Mrs. Johnson-Watts?
Yes.
Ms. Harris?
Yes.
Mrs. Brace?
Yes.
Mrs. Wilt?
Yes.
Mrs. Conover?
Yes.
9-0 passes.
Thank you. Next up is the personnel report. May I have a motion for the approval of the personnel report?
So moved.
Ms. Johnson-Watts, is there a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Harris, is there any discussion on the motion?
Yes, I just want to congratulate Superintendent Parker on coming up with a way to cover a lot of ground with minimal shift to the budget in order to do it. Minimal. That's, you know, I think there's a lot of great things that are going to happen within this report. There are a lot of great people mentioned in this report that are going to do some great things in the district. So I just want to say congratulations on that.
I want to thank Mr. Parker for the Trexler and the Rob principals. I think the people that you've chosen are going to be strong leaders, are going to change the culture in those schools and make it an enjoyable year. Well, make it a better year and a better going forward for our students there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Is there any other discussion or questions? Seeing and hearing none, please call the roll.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Thiel?
Yes.
Mrs. Conover?
Yes.
Ms. Harris?
Absolutely, yes.
Mrs. Brace?
Yes.
Mrs. Wilt?
Yes.
Mrs. Johnson-Watts?
Yes.
Ms. Mathison?
Yes.
Ms. Vega?
Yes.
9-0 passes.
Thank you. Mr. Parker, did you need to say anything about anyone?
Yes, yeah, and pardon me, this one may take a little bit longer than normal. We have a number of shifts, and I'll begin at the principal level, where we have some new old faces in new places that are going to be taking leadership in different spaces in the district, with Ms. Daria Custer being the new principal of Jefferson Elementary. We're absolutely excited about that leadership. As well as Ferd, Mr. Sarita, transitioning over to South Mountain. So we're really excited about both of those. And I think they're gonna both have the opportunity to have huge impact on the children that they're serving. We also have two new principals, and I heard, I think Miss Harris speak about it just a moment ago. I would absolutely like to announce, and I think they may be on the call, so I will go top to bottom. We have Mr. Jose Delgado, who will be the new, I guess, is the new principal at Robb Middle School, and he is transitioning from a high school principal position at Deer High School. So, Mr. Delgado, are you on here with us? I think I see you.
Mr. Parker, good evening. Allentown School Directors, good evening. I am on here.
All right. So if you have anything to say, now's your time.
Thank you. I would just like to thank the board, thank Mr. Parker, thank the Allentown Central Administration. I look forward to my time at Robb Middle School, and I look forward to a lot of changes and some great experiences for our students.
I have faith in you, Mr. Delgado. Thank you very much for taking on this position.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Delgado.
Thank you.
All right. So thank you again, Mr. Delgado. And somewhere Sue Boshin is smiling because I think all of her APs when I arrived in the district are now principals. So she's smiling somewhere.
Strong leader, strong mentor.
Next, the new principal at Trexler Middle School, who I actually feel sorry for because I get reports every day. Mr. Bob Morrow is the currently middle school assistant principal at South Mountain and will be transitioning to principal at Trexler. Mr. Morrow, you on board with this?
I'm here, yes, Mr. Parker. Yeah, I'd like to say the same. I want to thank the school board, Mr. Parker, and our district level. I'm looking forward to it. I've been at South Mountain for 15 years now, so I'm going to miss my group there. But I'm very excited about getting started at Trexler and becoming part of that community.
Thank you very much, sir. My son went to South Mountain. I knew you then, and I know that you will do well at Trexler, and thank you for taking on this, and I look forward to seeing the changes and being better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I look forward to getting there and get started. And Mr. Parker.
Yes, sir.
You can't believe everything.
See, he's ready to go. So absolutely excited about that. I do think that I have one more person that I want. Actually, let me start here and I'll go central office. So one of the things that we know we're doing now is that we're closing some positions that have been sitting empty, as well as reorganizing to better meet the needs of kids in our district. So foundational documents, our strategic framework sets the vision from the board of who and what we're designed to do. And our curriculum audit clearly identified the gaps in the work. And we're working to address those. So this is phase one of reorganization, with future phases coming in August and September to specifically address some of those areas of need. So in phase one, I have 4 more administrators at the central office that are going to be transitioning into new roles. And I'll begin with Ms. Brandy Sawyer, who is currently our director of STEM, and will be assuming our position as executive director of secondary schools and alternative education, and a little bit of a shift in that secondary now is going to be inclusive of our alternative programs, so that all of our students at the secondary level get some of that really clear, direct, and distinct leadership. And I have to give kudos to Brandy, because she's been doing this work unheralded for nearly the past year anyway. She's worked with principals on scheduling without being asked. So I'm really, really proud and impressed with her leadership and excited to make that recommendation today. Ms. Sawyer, are you on board?
Yep, I'm here. I also was mentored by Sue Boshin, just saying, didn't know if you knew that, but very much looking forward to shifting into this position and doing what's right for kids in Allentown.
Awesome. Thank you, Ms. Sawyer. Next, I will say, and everybody knows this is one of our most critical and important pieces. Middle schools are without question kind of in our #1 spot in terms of focus. Because they're all schools have been identified as CSI, so the state mandates it. But in our strategic framework, we specifically call out middle school transformation as the core critical element. I heard it personally in my very first conversation in this district as we went out with our community meetings. Parents believed in our elementary schools and began to lose faith at the middle school level. So we set forth that vision for middle school transformation under the leadership of this board. We were able to identify additional resources from the Century Fund, as well as resources from PDE, and develop this really strategic plan for middle school transformation. And we needed a transformational leader to go into that spot. I am absolutely excited to introduce Mr. William Sang as our new Executive Director of Middle School Transformation. He's also going to hang on to some pieces of the virtual learning, because that's a huge element of work for us now, and he's done a great job with that over the past year. But really excited about the work that he's going to be able to bring and do in this new role. Mr. Sang?
Thank you so much. First and foremost, I want to thank our school board of directors for this opportunity. Superintendent Parker, as a Allentown School District graduate, employee, and advocate, I appreciate working with you and for you. I am so proud of what you do for our schools and our community. I thank you for your leadership and your support. I'm excited and humbled by the challenges ahead of me. I want to give a huge thank you to Dr. Brown for all her diligence and perseverance in advancing and carrying this middle school transformation work. I do feel indebted to you for all the progress thus far, and I want to send you congratulations on your night as well. Jen, I want to thank you for your support and your patience with me. For anyone that's been in Allentown School District a while, they know that Jen is a pillar of the Allentown School District. 23 months ago to the day, I stood before this board when recommended for the Director of Alternative Learning. I told you the story then of being offered the principalship of Lehigh Parkway, and Jen's immediate reaction was telling me I wasn't ready. Well, lo and behold, that was her reaction again with this recommendation. And while I'd be lying if I said I felt 100% ready for this undertaking, I do truly believe that at the edge of our comfort zone is where we experience the most growth. I look forward to constantly improving, both personally and professionally, as our district continues to ascend. I would be remiss if I didn't express my gratitude at this time to the tremendous teams that we have working in the alternative learning in GAIN, in the Re-Engagement Center, in the Virtual Academy, and at William Penn. They have provided me with knowledge, guidance, support, and just unwavering patience with the many hats that I wear. 23 months ago, when I asked Thomas what his definition of success was for the Director of Alternative Learning, he said a nationally recognized alternative education program. Well, we didn't get there yet, but we are on our way. So if you'll indulge me, I want to share some data and give our individual teams some shout outs for some of the successes we've had working together. From 2018 to 2019, we've increased the total number of GAIN and re-engagement graduates by 17%. From 2018 to 2020, our virtual academy enrollment increased by 123%. Our program continues to attract students back from charter schools and prevent others from leaving. The work that this team has done in helping us to expand our virtual programming district-wide has been nothing short of phenomenal. At William Penn, from 2018 to 2019, we reduced our reported to police action code by 76%. And in this past school year, 2020, we utilized this code twice. From 2018 to 2019, we saw a reduction in the out-of-school suspension code usage by 72%. That decrease resulted in 383 less school days lost to suspension. This past February, our William Penn AEDY team was given accolades during the annual Pennsylvania Department of Education site visit. The state was enamored with the practical application of the aforementioned data. They highlighted our positive, nurturing environment and the evidence of our restorative work. PDE called us one of the most impressive programs in the state. So while, Thomas, we haven't hit the national recognition yet, we are on our way. Our work with a marginalized section of our society is vital and is a tremendous value to our school district as well as our city. And I do firmly believe our alternative learning teams, I feel we have established the foundations of effective and inclusive systems that will continue to play a role in ASD's success. In closing, I'm going to quote Russell Westbrook for a second time in less than 2 years in front of this board. Why not? Why not a middle school transformation? Why not sustain middle school improvement? Our middle school transformation initiative has unquestionable opportunity to succeed. We have committed building leaders who you met, 2 of which tonight, supportive district leadership, as well as exceptional partnerships in place. I'm invigorated by the passion I've seen from the middle school faculties in just the short time that I've worked with them. And our middle school communities are hungry for this improvement. Our goal will be for everyone in our middle schools to operate with a growth mindset and strive to make our tomorrows better than our yesterdays. Why not Allentown and why not now? Thank you so much. I'm excited.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. This jumped out of turn, but I have to say thank you. You know I mean it.
Thank you.
I feel like I'm ready to get in the game, Coach.
I'm excited.
You're already in the game. Congratulations, Mr. Parker.
All right. So thank you, Mr. Singh. Our next appointment, and again, I'm sorry, indulge me, but I think this is really important. Our next appointment is Mr. Sickett. Mr. Sickett has served as the Director of Special Education, and under his leadership in that role in the past few years, we've drastically reduced the number of issues and concerns that have made it to a level of non-compliance in the district. And I'll tell you in a heartbeat, that has been core and critical to his leadership. In addition to that, after a fact, more reactive kind of space, we've seen significant shifts in the way that we meet the needs of students proactively in IEPs, with the installation of supervisors of special education that are directed to support students at every level, and just a myriad of really innovative educational tools. So Mr. Sickett will now be Executive Director of Special Education. I don't think he quite understands the amount of work that's going to be coming with it, but we are excited to see Mr. Sickett in that new role.
Well, I thank Mr. Parker and the board. After hearing what Will had to say, I'm not going to live up to the expectation there. I just want to thank you. It's an honor. And all it does is show the importance that everyone takes for our students with disabilities. I want to thank all of you, and we'll just keep at it every day. So thank you, and I appreciate it.
Brian, I want to thank you because you have seen a lot of me these last couple of years in your office, and you didn't kick me out. So, but you did help our students, and I thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, and I'll say last, but absolutely not least, Missy Melissa Smith, who is currently our Director of Grants and Development, is being transitioned into a new role. And this is one that is absolutely critical and near and dear to addressing the issues that have been identified in our curriculum audit, as well as our core functions defined in our strategic framework. Our grants department, as it currently exists, covers this really wide scope of everything that touches Title I. We're in a district our size. Our Title I budget is the size of budgets of other full districts. So the myriad of work that exists under that one area to manage program implementation and compliance and accountability, all with title, it leaves you in a space where you're consistently plugging holes rather than having the ability to consistently plan, organize, and implement. Missy has done a spectacular job in the past 2 years in that role, and I'm absolutely excited to identify a new role as Executive Director of School Improvement and Compliance that will take portions of the work that happened with the Director of Grants, but really focus on strict accountability with compliance with title expectations, state law, and moving student achievement at a significant level. But then also give our other district leaders a bit more support in implementation of the instructional programs at a high level. And it allows that Director of Grants position to really focus back on a few items. One, just managing the grants as they currently exist. Two, really focusing energy on parental engagement. 1% of your Title I budget is focused on parent engagement, and really managing that appropriately to the defined expectations of the state and federal government. And then three, and this is a big pet peeve for me, I believe there are a number of, I'm high-fiving Cheryl before I even say it, there are a number of grant opportunities that exist in the world that we miss out on because we're consistently plugging holes and we just don't have the capacity. We have the ability, but we don't have the capacity to operate in those spaces where we're identifying grants to meet the needs of our district at a high level. We kind of take what comes. I want us to be able to proactively identify, write, and receive grants that are going to move the district forward. So splitting some of the compliance work out of their grant role gives us the ability to do that. And if it's done well, the position, just could be absolutely dynamic. So we're excited about Missy's opportunity to kind of move up and move some of that school improvement and compliance work, as well as creating the opportunity to absolutely focus on resource acquisition in a grant-rich environment. So Missy Smith, with no further ado, where are you?
I'm here, Mr. Parker.
Okay.
Thank you so much. As a graduate of the Allentown School District and a resident on the east side of Allentown, I am extremely honored to move into this position to work with my fellow directors, principals, and teachers to lead school improvement and to support school improvement. I cannot thank Mr. Parker, Dr. Brown, who has been a phenomenal mentor for me, and the growth that I've had over the past 2 years to both of them. I greatly appreciate. Ms. Ramos, you have always been a support as well. I am looking forward to this opportunity, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Brandy. See, this is what happens when we grow our own in Allentown. This is what happens. Excellence happens. Thank you.
And Sara, I just want to throw in that, as I said earlier, these are a lot of great choices, and I can't say enough that it's been wonderful to see people who are really dedicated, who have demonstrated their concern for our children. They have been very clear about wanting success for them. And it is really exciting to see. And Mr. Morrow, I haven't had a chance to meet you or see you in action, but you are my neighborhood middle school. So I look forward to learning more about you in the days ahead.
The door will always be open.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And for the record, he's doing all the real work. Frank is just over there South Mountain looking pretty.
I don't want to say anything else, but
I will say I am absolutely excited across the board at the school level, really dynamic leaders who are going to transition into new spaces. And I feel comfortable making those decisions because we're leaving really strong leaders behind, and strong leaders build strong leaders. And if Mr. Derrick wasn't a strong leader, Mr. Morrow wouldn't be able to step out in that space. And I'd say the same for Mr. Delgado and Mr. McCool, and, you know, back in the day, Ms. Bolshin as well. I think strong leaders develop strong leaders, and we see that playing out here in the district. It's an exciting time. The roles and the transitions we've made are primarily based in effectively utilizing our grant funds for the district. So we don't have a huge impact to our general fund budget. We're working to address some of those core issues that have plagued the district for a long time. And as we see the sky a little bit more clearly in terms of some of our processes, now we're able to not play defense as much and get to a space where we can play a little bit of offense, and we can proactively go out and address the issues and needs that our district and our children and our families are having by resource allocating effectively. As we look into phase 2, I can tell you that a couple of core critical areas have come up, and we've had some conversation. How do we begin to address some of that professional development and instructional support in terms of positions that we need in the organization? Safety becomes a huge issue and concern. There are a lot of issues that we're addressing in phase 2, and I'm looking forward to working with, you know, my board and identifying how we resource allocate, how we identify those core critical areas, knowing that we're still broke, that we focus on. So congratulations to all the leaders that are here tonight. I've had the opportunity to be shoulder to shoulder with you, and I'm excited about what's coming next.
I need to say apologize to Missy. I called you the wrong name. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. And Mr. Parker, I thank you so much that, you know, I told you this is, you know, I'm so happy with our school district right now. Your leadership, you're bringing us into an unknown area, and we're leading. You know, like my favorite motto is be proactive, not reactive, and you are proactive all the way. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And if I may just congratulate, I know Bob Morrow, I know Mr. Sickett, you are a very humble man. And I just want to congratulate you all on, Melissa, you too. I want to congratulate you all on the changes that you're making in your move ups in the district. I just want you to know that you appreciate it. You know, we all have. I'm a parent and I'm a board of director, and I can sit back and tell good stories about the people that you've chosen, Mr. Parker. So you always sit down and say, "Oh, kudos to." So I'm giving you some kudos. These were some really good choices that you made tonight. And you know, if I didn't agree with it, I would either not say nothing or I would say something. Right?
Oh, you say something.
So I just want to wish you all the best. And you know, like we're the board, but we're all on the same team. So we're here through Parker. We're here for you. All right.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Next on the agenda is the finance report. Is there a motion to approve the finance report?
So moved.
Ms. Johnson-Watts, is there a second?
I second.
Ms. Harris? Ms. Johnson-Watts, is this where you would like to do your thank you?
Yes, thank you to the Rotary Club because, you know, we're in the middle of a pandemic and they still followed through on something that they planned to do and did not let the pandemic stop them. And it doesn't mean that there won't be children passing by those benches, even though schools are not open, as they go through different activities during the week. So it was wonderful of them and thoughtful of them to continue to do the great work that they're doing.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson-Watts. Is there any other questions or discussion on the motion?
I had a question.
Mm-hmm.
What was my question? I wrote it down. Hold on. So on the bond payments, the interest payments, how often are they, semi-annual or annual?
The interest payments, well, it depends on the bond issue.
Okay, so we could figure, that was a general conversation, but we can figure out which are which. And then we have many more than what's listed here, right? These are just ones that are due now, right?
Correct. Those are ones that are due on August 1st.
And then on the first, these are only getting, the interest are going to be paid out of general fund to M&T, but the others may go through these other listed banks, right? First Trust, Pennsylvania Local Government. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted clarity. I'm fine. Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? Seeing and hearing none, please call the roll.
Mr. Thiel,
Yes.
Mrs. Conover,
Yes.
Ms. Harris,
Yes.
Mrs. Brace,
Yes.
Mrs. Wilt,
Yes.
Mrs. Johnson-Watts,
Yes.
Ms. Mathison,
Yes.
Ms. Vega,
Yes.
Mr. Miller.
Yes.
9-0 passes.
Thank you. Now is the time to take public comment on non-agenda items. I see one hand raised. Tim Kearney.
Hello, can you hear?
Yes, if you can just state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Timothy Carney, Coopersburg, Pennsylvania.
And you can start.
We lose him?
I think we did.
I think we lost him.
Yeah, he's not on the list anymore.
Okay. Is that Kearney, the teacher?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll go ahead, but if he pops back on, I'll let him talk. If not, maybe we can just email him to email us what he was going to say. Is there any old business to come before the board? All right. Is there any new business? I have a resolution that we should pass. It's a resolution that we as a district can pass stating that the COVID-19 pandemic is considered an emergency within the Pennsylvania Public School Code, and this allows Superintendent Parker to it allows us to do the virtual education and have it count towards the 180 days of instruction. So in the spring, we didn't have to worry about this because the state legislation ruled that we didn't have to meet that 180-day rule. But this now would allow us to make sure the virtual education days count towards our 180 days of instruction. So I'm going to make the motion for us to pass this resolution. Is there a second on that motion?
I'll second that, Sarah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Audrey.
Yeah, I was going to second it.
Okay, Ms. Mathison seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, please call the roll.
Ms. Harris,
Yes.
Mrs. Conover,
Yes.
Mrs. Brace,
Yes.
Miss Vega,
Yes.
Mrs. Johnson Watts,
Yes.
Miss Mathison,
Yes.
Mrs. Wilt,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Thiel.
Yes.
9-0 passes.
Okay, is there any other new business to come before the board? Seeing and hearing none, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Madam
I think
President,
that Tim guy,
Mr. Kearney came back on.
he's
he
back.
came back.
Okay, before we adjourn, Mr. Kearney, I see we have you back, so if someone can let him in so he can do his public comment.
Are you kidding me? I'm keeping everybody here.
Okay. You can just state your name and address, and then you can start.
Tim Carney from Coopersburg. Thank you. I'll be fast. Board members, thank you. I just want to say, Dr. Brown, Dr. Parker, Audrey Mathison, you've been getting my emails about all the plans. And I just want to thank you again for listening to the Allentown Health Bureau. We're very lucky to have our own health bureau in Allentown. I have 6 people in healthcare, including my wife, St. Luke's ER physician, and both my sisters and all my nieces. So to hear that you are coordinating with health experts, which we're not, just makes me happy. I just want to thank all the district personnel that helped me fill out an NEA grant, Melissa Smith, Miss Williams, and Mr. Schlegel in particular. I want to thank Allentown for the process, procedures, and planning. You guys have some really tough decisions and you've already had to make and that you will be making, and I just appreciated it. I'm 55, so that's one health risk, and my daughter says that I'm obese, so that's another health risk. But educators are ready, willing, and able to move forward and participate in whatever capacity and format you choose after you coordinate with healthcare experts and look at the data and the resources that we have available. I look forward to wearing my Steelers socks if I'm allowed. And also, for the first time, I'll be working with an assistant principal at Hayes. So I'm excited that Juliet was named, and I'm assuming approved tonight. So thanks again for sticking in for the extra 2 minutes.
Thank you, Tim. All right, now I'll take the motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Ms. Wilt, is there a second?
A second.
Ms. Harris, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you and have a great night.
Good night.
Good night.
Night, everyone.
Right.